All right, now we live. Now we live. All right, let's go. Let's get into it, man. Yes. Welcome, 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 welcome. Yes, to another episode of Hotep History Live. Come on, with your host, with the most, President Hotep Dubes. Uh huh. Bring y'all asses in here, man. Another week. We did it. It's Friday night, man. Let's get it going. How y'all feeling? Y'all good? Yes. Uh huh. That's uh huh. Right, it's cat. Come on. Bring y'all asses in here, man. Y'all already know what we doing tonight. Uh huh. Welcome. Man, I gotta do this shit without breaking the sweat. Come on. How we doing tonight? Come on. Talk to me. Talk to me. I've been working hard today. You hear me? New Patreon stuff dropping this weekend. You definitely want to subscribe. Don't miss out, man. This whole bitch be here. Let's go. This small the doobie kid. Come on. On some John won't be shit. Come on. How y'all doing, man? Talk to me. Talk ever for me. Late know what I claim. For what I said in the roof of my car. Come on. And it's a feeling lovely and blessed. Come on. Not that minute leg crap. Yes, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. Hybrid. Tree slang for dummies. Come on, man. Hey, stop it. What y'all know about this? This is Currency Roasted off of Politalk 1. A classic album. Like, come on. Life is like the man, listen. I love what I do so much. Yeah, man. Black. I'm fucking. No. And I said it. What's going on, everybody? And money in my denim. Yeah. Come on, man. What they know about it, Cliff? What they know about it? Man, what they know about it. So, welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dubes, reporting live from Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. I hope you guys have been having an amazing week. I hope you guys have been able to get all of the things you needed to get done. You understand? I hope you were learning something this week. You dig? Don't let it just be Hotep history where you're learning stuff. Now, if it was dealer's choice, obviously I would want you guys to look up some history, things that pertain to, the ancestors, your ancestors, just to get a better understanding of who you are. I tell you that all of the time. You will learn so much about yourself through your direct ancestors and your the elders that raised you and molded you. If you look into their lives and what decisions they made throughout their lives to end up where they were, then they ended up raising you, you will learn a lot. You dig what I'm saying? So it's very important, especially the older millennials. Please talk to your parents. please talk to your elders. Please talk to, your grannies and stuff like that. As you're getting up in age in your 40s and stuff like that, you definitely want to make sure that you tapping in with your grannies or the elders that you do have in your family as much as possible, just to not only understand your family history and stuff and traditions and customs that you guys may practice in your family, to make sure those things are still inside of your family's history as time moves on. So you definitely want to make sure you're tapping into your older relatives, obviously your parents, your grandparents, if you have them, your great grandparents, to get a better understanding of your family's history, for sure. But even outside of that, doing what I do is not only, informative, obviously, but I think it's fun as hell. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, me going through the archives and shit like that, like, that's literally enjoyment for me. Like, I really be enjoying myself. So when it comes down to this stuff, I don't know. I don't gonna say I don't know. I do know. I truly think that learning our history is extremely important. Y'all know that. Y'all know that. And it's very important for more people to get in tune with it, for sure. You know what I mean? So welcome again. Let's get to the bookmarks, man. Let's get to the bookmarks. Let's see what we archived this week, or at least the past couple days. It wasn't, I can't really remember anything too crazy, but let's see. Let's go to the bottom of it. Let's get to the bottom of it. So yeah, this came across my timeline. This was kind of crazy. Not gonna hold you. This was kind of crazy. Says Florida does it right again. Crazy. As local sheriff perp walks an 11-year-old future thug for for allegedly writing a kill list of people he intended on taking out at school. He faces a felony charge in Volusia County. Florida does not F around. So I am not a fan. I don't know if you guys know this, but I am not a fan at all of criminalizing children. Now, if a child does something like super egregious, like, act upon any type of real crazy violence, like if he were to act upon this kill list, so-called kill list, then obviously then there will have to be extreme measures taken. However, I do not think it is like really productive that an 11-year-old will get a felony based upon writing, a list of people's names. You dig what I'm saying? That I don't think that that's going to be any type of, restorative or rehabilitating, behavior. To slap a felony on a kid is just ridiculous. I think it's backwards. And there are so many different alternatives that could have actually been used here. Like, legitimately, taking him out of the school and getting him some type of therapy. And when I say therapy, really get an understanding of why he did what he did. Because at this point, he's not enacting any violence. He hasn't done anything that would, cause any physical alarm to where you would have to, like, constrain him from society. It's just that you have to get an understanding of this behavior so it doesn't get acted upon. This was a clear-cut example of being able to prevent something in a more productive way. And of course, they chose to criminalize a child to make a statement. They did it to, like this response or this caption is exactly what this county wanted. They wanted a bunch of people to be like, oh my God, Florida doesn't F around. They're taking this stuff serious. You dig what I'm saying? And then, of course, you have this kid, black kid, sitting in a cell and all this other stuff. And it's supposed to make you feel good about the, so-called justice system in this county. And of course, supposed to like strike fear into people who would, think to do this, or so they'll think twice, right? And it's like, I understand that for adults or even young adults who are actively committing crime. Intimidate them, not physically, obviously. If need be, then you gotta do what you gotta do. But letting them know that they're gonna be tough on crime, they're gonna make sure that the criminals Okay, like the people who are actively committing the crimes, not civilians in the street, but criminals, should be uneasy with, a justice system that is obviously anti-crime, right? Now, when you are now perp walking an 11-year-old, that is like beyond the pale of what this is supposed to be. Very clearly, there were so many things that you could have done for this 11-year-old that did not criminalize him. So many different things. Simply, the first thing would be just to talk to him. That, for me, as an adult, the first thing that I would want to do if I seen this kid myself with this so-called kill list, the first thing I'm going to do is say, why did you write this? That's going to be the first question that I'm going to ask him. Why did you write this? What's going on? What would make you, think about creating a list of people that you would potentially, do harm to, and have him explain it. And if, because a lot of kids do this where they'll hit you with, I don't know. They'll just keep saying, I don't know. The best route for you as an adult in that position is to either keep asking more and more specific questions. So you start honing in on whatever particular question that you want. So you'll ask them like, hey, are you violent? Do you want to be violent? All of these different like more and more specific questions, or you'll be able to give them options in dialogue, kind of like how they do in video games, where you'll have like one or two responses that you're able to have to be able to get a better understanding. Even if it's not fully what they believe, the choice that they're making, you can deduce a lot of things too. So you'll say, hey, did you do it because you were bullied, or did you do it because you are a bully, or whatever the, two options would be. But it's simply to get a better understanding as to why this happens. And the reason why this is important is because you want to be able to get ahead of these types of things. You don't want to necessarily be, reacting to this type of behavior. You want to be proactive. So you don't want to wait until he actually gets a gun or finds a gun or whatever it is and then thinks that he can act upon this. You want to be able to get into the minds of the children very early before they even have this type of ideation. However, if you are in a situation where you are dealing with that ideation, you have to get to the bottom of it immediately and do what's necessary as an adult to make sure that that child doesn't have those types of thoughts. Be able to redirect their, their pattern of thinking, or their thinking pattern, to be more productive, less violent, and something that you can actually, do good at or be good at. And that's simply what it is. You see the kid's face, right? You see the kid's face, and no sound on this. But you see the kid's face, like you've only demonized the kid. He's not crying for apology or nothing like that. He's seething. He's literally seething, and you got him shackled and all of this other shit, like he could actually inflict damage onto grown men with bulletproof vests on, and they're twice his size, 3 times his size. So it's like, again, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. The only thing that this does is criminalize children, obviously, and then creates animosity inside of that child to further hate the people that are supposed to be the ones, quote unquote, protecting and serving them. And this is what we've seen for decades at this point, the relationship between Black Americans, particularly in low income, middle income neighborhoods, and the police. The relationship has been absolutely terrible. We know this. So this only is going to further the dissension. This is only going to further the divide. This is only going to make things worse, like quite literally and obviously. It's ridiculous. So for the Eric Dohertys or whatever who think this is like super cool and they're being tough on crime, all you are is a bootlicker. That's all you guys are. All of you guys are bootlickers. All of you so-called, you already know how I feel about these conservatives. Like these so-called conservatives who want limited government and want, private institutions and private citizens and all of this other stuff to take, control of their communities and all of these different things that they espouse on their channels and platforms. The minute that the state does something that they make that gives them a dopamine rush or makes them feel good or whatever, they all for the state. They all for government. They all for this. Now, I promise you, if a kid in a well-to-do neighborhood got arrested for the same thing, they would not be cheering this on the same way. They wouldn't. And I know they wouldn't. The only acceptable people that will get arrested for this type of stuff are black people and trans people, and we know why. Because when it comes down to the straight white male shooter, because of how they are, again, reacting to what people are saying online, they're going to do everything in their power to try to defend it. That's just how it is. So they'll think of ways, that's when it's time to, evaluate the mental and be able to get an understanding and all that other stuff. And it's like, I don't even play the identity politics shit that, that these people do, but it's very noticeable and it's very obvious. So yeah, this is the same type of conservative people who, hate the government, hate the state, and until it's serving a purpose that they are, in agreement with. So regular degular bootlicker shit, excuse me. And, hopefully this kid actually gets the rehabilitation that he actually needs and not be pushed further into more criminality or criminality at all. You dig? So, yeah, I saw that. What else did I see? Oh, yeah. I saw this. This was super fucking cool. Hold on. I was like, holy shit. So apparently this kid lives in a 1970s apartment. Like he fashioned it this way. Check it out.
There we go. Now we up. Thought he had me. Psych. We are in my apartment. My 1970s time capsule apartment. Curated from scratch. From white walls and plain floors to what you see now. I grew up in my grandmother's house and all of the stuff was old, and we used to watch Sanford and Son, Good Times, and I thought that was all modern stuff when I was a kid. I thought that was just what was happening now, so I always thought that it was cool. In middle school and high school, I started going thrifting and I would just buy random 70s clothes.
So Son was basically living in a time capsule. Like he was dead as this is raised by your granny to the max. You feel me? Like he got all of the things that his granny had in her crib. He clearly remembers all of it, and he's reliving it every day. Son, this is wild.
And then yeah, I have my own space. I'm like, it'd be sick if it was just a whole time capsule. This is the big body Zenith. Got WBLS. I got all that shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
This works. This is all the Atari shit.
Oh shit.
And then you need screwdrivers and shit. This is from 1978. This is my favorite game of all time. This is an early version of Trouble.
I have never seen that version of Trouble before.
I'm an osmic, so I don't know what it smells like. You want to smell it? I call these two the Golden Girls. I got this at a estate sale for $100. Somebody used it, and now I'm using it. Fucking 50 years, 40 years later. Now everything is meant to fucking break, so you buy another one.
Yo, that's a fact. That's a fact. We were looking at the fridges on a previous episode, and I remember Rashad was in the comments talking nonsense. But the refrigerators and the appliances from, decades ago, 50 years ago and all of that other stuff, they were built to last. So much so, there was an entire industry around men who repaired appliances. They would come to your crib, or you would bring the appliance to their shop and they would repair it for you, because that's how machinery works. It's no different than the cars of the day. The machinery period of the day, it was built to last, but you had to maintain it. And after so many uses of it, or however long you've been using it, yeah, you're going to need essentially a tune-up on your appliances, but that speaks to the longevity of the product. That speaks to the ability for that product to keep being in use because you're continuously, over time, obviously, you're not doing it every damn day, but you're consistently tuning it up. You're essentially doing your own updates, but the updates that you're doing are based in the hardware of the machinery, so it continues to work like new. And that's why you'll have like people who, have a pretty penny to spend, and they're like, they really want to invest in their cooking skills and stuff like that. They'll buy those, 50-year-old refurbished, appliances and shit like that. Cause again, refurbished just means that it had a tune up. Right. So it's like they'll use those. They'll spend the hundreds and the thousands of dollars on those appliances because they were built to last. Like that's a thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, that shout out to that.
Sears from the 70s. This is a heated Afro pick. Plug it in.
A heated Afro pick.
And your fro nice.
And the Atari works.
Comment on this video. Yo, why did you have
Yeah.
it on TV?
You know they are.
What do you have to say to that?
I don't give a fuck. I never give a fuck about what anybody ever had to say, ever. You grow up and people are like always making fun of you for anything that you do. But I never gave a fuck. So, yeah.
Hey, man. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, duh. Not giving a fuck is a good thing to have, a good skill to have. For sure. You got to be mindful. But yeah, having that ability to not give a fuck is definitely important. And it's very clear that Son had to not give a fuck at some point in his life. You dig what I'm saying? He's obviously, a young guy, and the people his age are not living like this, do not have an affinity for it. So obviously he's going to be a rarity amongst his generation and whatnot. But so yeah, you're gonna have to not give a fuck, because if you did, your peers would tell you, just out of socialization to not do this type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you gotta be, march to the beat of your own drum at that point if this is how you're doing it. But I ain't gonna lie, son. Like, his entire apartment is a time capsule from the 70s. And I think that's fucking fire. I think that's fire. A lot of these appliances, I didn't grow up in the 70s or the 80s. I was born in 89. But obviously, a lot of these appliances are going to make it to the 90s in different, pockets and variations. And I saw a lot of this, like the floor model TV, obviously, the fridges I've seen. By that time, I would say it stopped being the rounded type of fridges, and it was just more like just box shape or whatever. But yeah, like the fridges with the metal handles and all of that. Yeah. And I remember my granny, she had a deep freezer in the crib. First time I ever seen a deep freezer. So yeah, definitely. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. Shout out to him and not giving a fuck. What we got next? A whites only community in Arkansas is developing. Oh yeah, so y'all remember that shit, right? So a few months back, there was the talk. Hold on. My fault, y'all. I'm speeding through shit. I didn't even check the chat. What's going on, chat, man? My fault. Let's see. Crystal says, right, they did this to a white kid not that long ago in Florida. I really think it has an opposite effect. Children just try to copycat. Oh, so they did do it to a white kid. Well, obviously, you already know. I know the cops, wild racists, they definitely do not, hesitate to, terrorize and be tyrannical to anybody. So yeah, not surprising that they did it to another kid. Sammy says, what's good, though? What's going on, Sammy? Vincent in the chat. Vincent said the Truman Show. Yeah. But it's like of his own directing. So I don't know how Truman Show it can be, but he's definitely living in a time capsule for sure. Cliff says, that's a dope idea for an Airbnb themed house. Definitely would revisit the 80s. That would be fire. That would be fire. Having themed Airbnbs for like period pieces. Now y'all know how I get. You know I'm a 19th century guy. Like I've thought about that. Like when it comes down to my studies, a lot of it is going to take place in the 19th century. I've noticed that obviously. And so the decor and stuff like that of the 19th century, the Gilded Age or whatnot, I'm definitely a fan of the 20s. I'm a big fan of their aesthetic was fire. 50s are cool. 50s are cool, but I would put 20s over the 50s. You dig? Um, it became a lot more vanilla in the 50s. It became more, concise and very cookie cutter in the 50s. While cool, you'll have an outfitted kitchen. That's where you see like the kitchens are the same color and stuff like that, and you have the pea green fridge with the pea green stove and like all of that, and everything is like themed and all of that, which is fire. Don't get me wrong. I don't, think it's whack, but the 20s, the way that I liked the gaudiness of it. I like like the moldings and the chandeliers and the candle holders and the tables, like the way that the table settings were. Like it just the 20s, I just really liked it. It was draped in vibrant, glittery. It was glitzy. That's the word I'm looking for. It was glitzy. And I really like that from the 20s. You dig? For sure says, "Yerp, what's going on, yerp?" Sammy says, "We used to collectively buy cows to slaughter and keep them in the big white rectangular freezer last you all winter." Yo, that's fire. And I seen videos, Sammy. It's funny that you mentioned that. I've seen videos where like butchers, they'll like cut up like a quarter cow or something like that, and then like of course all of the steaks and all the other stuff you can make out of it, and show you how many pounds of meat that is, pause, and then what you can make with them, or how many steaks you can make with them and stuff like that, and then they'll tell you approximately how long it will last you. And I think the quarter cow would last like a year or two or something like that, depending on the family size. So yeah, if I was a person who ate like red meat like that, I would definitely invest in that. It only makes sense. You go, you take a quarter cow or whatever it is, take it to the butcher, they'll cut it up for you. You can store it in the freezer. You feel me? And you'll have, fresh beef pulls for the entire year. So you good to go. And I like that I just like that when it comes to personal economics anyway. Like I'm a fan of being able to, already have, your finances in order for the year. Like January 1st, you already pretty much know what you're going to do or know what you have to pay for, and then largely pay for that in the beginning of the year. So you can use most of the months coming ahead to focus on making more money, you know? And I got like a whole like ideal financial map for my, self and stuff like that. But I digress. Definitely would do that if I ate red meat like that. Sammy says, "Yep, full family split a cow up. It's crazy." I think that's economics. It's economics, yo. Common sense and economics. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so we got the whites only community. I remember hearing about them like a few months ago, whatnot, and I was just like, "Hey, man, good on them." You know, like do your thing. This is something that me personally, when it comes to the ancestors, this is what they did. This is one of the first things that they did as soon as they stepped off the plantation, and even while the plantations were still open, to be honest with you. So it's like when it comes down to this, I was like, yeah, homesteading, creating your own town and all that's cool. But then of course people got upset, and then there was people who were like not upset and then getting mad that people like white people or whatever were saying black people were upset. So it was like three different groups of people. You had black people who were upset, calling it white supremacy. You had black people who didn't care, and then you had white people who were talking about how the people are mad, and then the people who weren't mad was like, "Yo, we're not mad." It was like a crazy fucking conversation. I seen it happen in real time. I say all of that to say I think there's an update on it, and I think this is what this clip is.
Application process, including a questionnaire and an interview with the Board of Trustees.
How would you defend what you do here?
We're not trying to oppress any other group. In fact, we would want to help other groups also have their own spaces if that's what they want.
Do you understand why some people, though, might see what you're doing as racism?
Sure, of course, but I also don't know exactly what racism is. The concept has shifted over the years.
I don't know what racism is. It's hilarious.
Is hating other groups of people, I would say we're not racist. If racism is valuing your racial heritage and wanting to perpetuate it, well then by that definition, yeah, we're racist.
Butch Dale lives in nearby Ravenden. He's a city council member and the fire chief. He says he's not bothered by it.
We live in a free country. I think they have a right to support their views the way they want to. Of course, we all have our different views.
Arkansas civil rights attorney Austin Porter Jr. says what they're doing is against the law.
It violates the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. It violates 42 U.S.C. Section 1982 of the Civil Rights Act, because those laws say that anybody enjoy the same rights to own, sell, possess land as enjoyed by white citizens.
Wait,
Orwell and the return to the land.
Why, OG Matt, hold on, son. Wait. What is the problem? Why is the black man upset? I don't like that. I don't like that he's the face of opposition in this. Why don't we want this? Can somebody explain to me why this would be a bad thing? Specifically for black people, I want to know. I really want to know what's the beef. Pause.
And official website both say the community is a private club and therefore exempt from Title II of the Civil Rights Act on public accommodations. That would have to be tested in court.
In order for there to be a case, a lawsuit, there has to be some kind of what's called a case of controversy. Someone tried to obtain ownership, or someone tried to live in that particular area. They were denied, and at that point, then a lawsuit can be brought.
Is there something that
my God. Oh my God, son, no. So wait, come on, OG, man, come on. No. So basically what he's saying is if somebody that's not white tries to go and live there, then now that's probable cause to file a lawsuit. And it's just like, oh my God, bro. Why do you care, OG? Why? Oh my God. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean about getting away from the ancestors, man. I understand that the ancestors weren't these omniscient, all-knowing people. They made mistakes. They were ignorant in certain things, and they obviously didn't live in future centuries, and things change over time. I'm saying that. I understand that. But also, son, like, they were the first people to do this. This is a Black American tradition. This is a Black American tradition. So it's just like, this is what I mean when it comes down to like the historical narratives being important, because the historical narrative, and he's obviously my elder, but the historical narrative from his generation and a little bit older was essentially that integration was a net positive for Black Americans. Therefore, anything that doesn't look like that is anti-Black, racist, white supremacy, and oppression, right? And then you cross-reference that with men even older than him, like Manning Johnson, who said that integration was essentially a psyop. You feel me? It was a psyop, and he gave all of these different examples and all of these different reference points for the stagnation of Black American progress based upon forced integration, right? So when it comes down to people today, this is why I say the ancestors got a bad rap, for real, because they just totally disregard what they did. As a matter of fact, now this makes sense. Now, I always understood that the whole they'll burn it down shit is, one of the go-to responses when you say Black Americans can, build their own towns and stuff like that. That's the defeatist side of it. But the intellectual defeatist side of it is that it's unconstitutional, and it's basically anti what the civil rights era, stood for. We no longer need exclusively black, places to live. That's not designated by the government, because the government can redline and do all types of shit or whatever, right? And create these ghettos or whatnot. But if black Americans actually take these places and literally say, you know what, this is a black only place, now we are somehow harming other people and ourselves based upon this. And this is the ridiculousness of the top, like how after the 1960s, shit really just, it was a complete 180 for so many things that black Americans stood for before that time. Because there shouldn't really be a black man who I'm assuming is a lawyer being like, nah, this is not something that we are championing or just letting happen. I think that's crazy. Let's see. Let's check the chat, man. Crystal says, folks were in such a fake uproar. Why would you want to live around folk who have made it blatant that they don't like or want to live around you? That's a fact. That's a like Fendi fact. Sammy says they always want to force integration. Exactly. Oh, for sure, says, let them have their weird little town. What's the issue? Exactly, man. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, this is why my chat is the chat. You feel me? And that's why I be having to make sure that I watched all of the y'all stuff, because I ain't talking to the chat. The chat be on it. You feel me? Vincent says, let them live on their own. Why I want to live where I'm not welcome. See, common sense over here. We dealing common sense over here in Hotepistan in Hotep history. We ain't got time to be trying to, force a square in a circle hole. That don't make no sense, man. Yeah, I said a double negative. That doesn't make no sense. Straight up and down. Doesn't make any sense. And everybody said it. Everybody in the chat said it. It's like, yo, why would you want to live around people that don't want to live around you? And then why would you force them, you know what I'm saying, to live around you? Like, that's the crazy part. It'd be one thing if these people were trying to force themselves into your spaces or whatnot, but you are objectively forcing yourself in their space, and then you calling them racist for not wanting you in it. That's crazy, son. That's so, but yo, like, listen, man, I'm going to always maintain a level of respect for the elders and ancestors, in general. But boy, this was a piece of shit doctrine. I'm not gonna hold you. Strictly off the strength of whether people like it or not, son, people were going to integrate on their own, especially as black Americans were progressing over time, especially with the way, society was going. I'm not sitting here saying that we didn't need protests and we didn't need, any of that stuff. I'm saying that when it comes down to the 60s, I'm gonna let y'all know something. This is something that I genuinely feel. I feel that in the late 60s, right, 64 to 68, 69, let's just say 64 to 70, black Americans had society in the palm of their hand. And I know you're going to think I'm fucking crazy, but I really want y'all to understand that the way the country was in this time period, you have the Vietnam War, you got political unrest or civil unrest when it comes to like all of these different protests and shit like that. You got violence in the streets, you got racism in the streets, you got segregation, you got all of this shit going on at one time, all culminating into a time where if you are loud enough, if you have as much, as many people or enough people to be able to make a stir in the country and be able to, take it to government or be able to speak about the state of affairs in America, and you have some type of influence, you could be heard and you can get the shit that you wanted. You dig what I'm saying? So when Martin Luther King, or the civil rights movement period, right, has the ear of the federal government, has the ear of the people, and all of that, and all throughout the background of this movement, you have a bunch of industrious, commercial, and professional men saying like, yo, let's focus on ownership. Let's go and focus on being able to actually have our own autonomy as opposed to forcing ourselves into spaces that do not want us there. We should be able to double, triple, and quadruple down on our own spaces, our own establishments, our own institutions, our own communities, our own neighborhoods. And we need the government to stop impeding on that. That is the cry of Black Americans of this time on the ground. They're being told that all of these problems will be solved with integration. They're being told that all we have to do is just go into these spaces and everything is going to be generally okay. And so much of Black American progress was wiped away, like on some like dead ass like sand. You know what I'm saying? Like our progress was like written in sand, and the ocean just came and just washed it all away. Because now we're focusing on making sure we getting into these spaces. And what's happening is white people, because they're autonomous and they're doing what they want to do, they're leaving these places, taking the value with them, and then it's all dilapidated and shit because who takes up the mantle are a bunch of slumlords who are now renting out these previous white-owned places at exuberant rates, crazy interest rates. They're not maintaining the properties, and now the dilapidation of this community, which was once a thriving suburb, has been now turned into a ghetto because of the lack of care in it. And this is simply due to, white people not caring and not focusing on the economics. Over and over again, we are seeing that not focusing on the economics and only focusing on the political is harming us. It's not to say that politics aren't important. They are. But you can't keep sacrificing your economy for your politics. And that's what's been happening for decades now. And it started in the 60s, by and large. Well, a bunch of people wanted to be able to be politically represented in a way and then not be economically represented at all, outside of being able to integrate into already established economies and then sacrificing your already established economies. Like you don't just create an economy, out of nowhere. It doesn't come out of osmosis. Factories aren't built. Schools and institutions aren't built in a day. There's so much work that has to go into this stuff. And our ancestors were trying and failing, trying to succeed and we're doing all of these things. Like you don't just build a school and then have it fail and just like, oh, that's just what it is. Like, no, you have to rebuild. There are so many things that are happening intentionally. You know how I talk about intention when it comes to the ancestors. So in the face of all of that intention, in the face of all of that innovation, all of that building, all of that history, you're like, nah, all we got to do for Black American advancement is to subtract, by and large, all of that shit and just add ourselves into these to these economies and these systems and these establishments and institutions. And it's like, that's very clearly not the answer. Like, why don't you think the ancestors before the civil rights movement fought for that? Anybody ever asked that question? Like, why was it that like millions of Black people existed before the civil rights era? Why didn't any of those millions of people fight for forced integration? None of them did. None of them did, for the most part. You'll have certain people, obviously, like your W.E.B. Du Boises and shit like that, but for the most part, you didn't hear about that. You heard about the right to vote. You heard about being able to, own property, own guns, things that are in the Constitution. Your God-given rights as an American citizen. That's what they were focused on, being treated as an American citizen full through. That's it. I'll take it from here. Do not get in my way. Let me build. Let me create. Let me keep enterprising amongst ourselves. We're going to do business with people outside of our race who choose to do business with us on mutual benefits. And then that's how we're going to, handle that. People who oppose us, people that do harm to us, we need to be protected under the law. So if we bring this white criminal to you, you need to charge, try, and convict him based upon his crime. That's what the federal troops were for before 1877. This is what black Americans wanted. They wanted to be American. They wanted to live in their own country. That's what they wanted to do. Like, these were not feeble-minded people. These were not unintelligent people. Even if they didn't even have or possess the, most proficiency when it comes to reading and writing, they had the proficiency in actually conversation, negotiation, understanding, common sense, practicality, pragmatism, knowledge of self. They had a whole myriad of different levels of intelligence that allowed them to navigate the world successfully for the time, despite not being the most scholarly or the most academic. So they had understanding. You don't need to be the most scholarly person to have understanding. And that's what they had. And that's the reason why you didn't see black Americans in the, the 1880s and the 1890s, the 1910s, 20s, and 30s thinking about forceful integration. That wasn't a thing. And now look. look how different it is. Look how different it is, yo. And this is why I say, yo, I know it sounds crazy, but like the ancestors is damn near a whole different race of people. For real. Now, we got ancestral black Americans walking among us. I would like to believe I'm one of them. You feel me? And that's good. But at the same time, too much of what the ancestors stood on are not being exhibited today. And that is largely what's harming us. We have opposition on the outside already. I don't think that's ever going to stop. I don't think that there's ever been a time in human history where evil stopped. I don't think that's possible. I think evil is going to exist for your entire life. And the best thing that you can hope for is that you become so prosperous in your life that because of your lifestyle, you don't run into much evil, because we're just going to assume you're a good person. And now you've done, what's necessary to enrich yourself to where you're not in places to where evil is abound, where evil lurks, in a lot more corners than most. That's it. But overall, evil is going to exist. So the best thing that you can do is, in that example, in that same analogy, just multiply that by your communities. You have to. That is, the ancestors never talked about, ending racism. They obviously didn't like racism, but it was more about being able to fortify themselves against the inevitable racism, against the inevitable, evil that they'll obviously face. They had a deep faith in God, and they understood, based upon their teachings, is that is, one of the lots in life, that you're going to have, is that you're going to interface with evil, and you have to do what's necessary to thwart it, to stop it, to fight against it. That is the reason why the ancestors, in the face of all of the tyranny that they went through, still rebuilt. We still got to go to work. We still got to recoup. We still have to, fight against it. And that's why you have all of these different self-defense cases in black American history, because the ancestors wasn't going. They weren't no hoe ass niggas. They were shooting back at every, occurrence. Every occurrence possible. Any occurrence where a black man or woman had a gun and somebody tried to, harm them, they used that gun, by and large. So when it comes down to this stuff, you don't get to have centuries old, lineages and shit like that, and you not have that fight in you. And I think it's, crazy that we've gone so far away from, from what the ancestors stood on. You dig? Because now we mad that white people building their own towns. I don't even know if I want to listen to this, like the rest of this, because Son was going crazy, man. Like,
Against people of other ethnicities.
No, we are for European heritage. That's our history. That's where we come from. We want to perpetuate that. I think that's very natural. I think all life basically wants to perpetuate what it is, so we're trying to do that.
Is it because
yeah, I think that's it. Because I think it's just more him talking about how it's, yeah. So, yeah, man, that's the white town in Arkansas. You know, whatever. More power to him. I didn't like the fact that there was a black elder in opposition to that, because it really has nothing to do with us, for sure. This was an interesting video. So it says in 1968, George Land tested 1,600 children's creativity using a NASA-designed assessment. So let's check it out.
Among 5-year-olds, 98% of them, according to this NASA-level rigorous test.
Yep, creative genius.
In 1968, George Land conducted a research study to test the creativity of 1,600 children ranging in ages from 3 to 5, okay? This was the same creativity test that he devised for NASA to help select innovative engineers and scientists. The assessment worked so well, he decided to try it on children. He retested the same children at 10 years of age and again at 15 years of age, and basically was looking at like, okay, what percentage of these kids are creative geniuses? Watch this. Among 5-year-olds, 98% of them, according to this NASA-level rigorous test.
Yep, creative genius.
Creative geniuses.
Yep.
At 10 years old,
Less.
30%. At age 15, 12%. The same test was given to 280,000 adults, average age of 31, 2%. I think
They were programmed out of it.
they were programmed out of it.
We were programmed out of creativity via conformity.
So I found that very interesting. You dig what I'm saying? So essentially, 5-year-olds have all of this creativity and stuff like that, and then they're programmed out of it as they get older. We know that. You know, there's this whole, theory that, what is it? They said like babies remember everything, and then like as soon as they learn how to speak or some shit like that, like they speak a different language. It's some shit I forgot. But it was some shit like some theory about babies being like super intelligent, and then once they learn how to speak and shit like that, they forget all about it or something like that. If y'all know the one I'm talking about, y'all can put it in the chat. And it made me think, when it comes down to the abilities of the ancestors, right? And the magnificent things that they were doing very, very, very early in life, like in comparison. Like when we are going over the materials, we're learning about preteens and teenagers and young adults who are graduating. Like we just the last episode, we was reading people graduating from high school and going to college at 14 and 15 years old. Like the advancement of them was, in my assessment, was due to them having a work ethic, you feel me, in a very young age. Like in their, just being honest, like your toddler going into your adolescent age group, because they're being productive at 6, 7, and 8 years old. We watch materials today, right, of the kid driving the truck and stuff like that. Like these types of things allow children to be a lot more creative. But when you sit them down and you have them sitting in front of a screen or sitting in front of a blackboard and not allowing them to experience life and experience earth and experience different learning opportunities, you are dumbing them down in a way. Like having as much outside time for your kid is not just because they have energy and stuff like that. You feel me? It's about being able to gain an understanding of the environment that you live in. And that's the reason why, like, having land is important, and all of these different things. But when you start to see the things that actually um exercise the minds of children, it's like you'll see how they're able to maintain that genius into older ages. Because we see that there are adult geniuses today. There are highly, intelligent people today that comes from a place, that comes from a starting point. And so if you actually aid in your toddler's genius, you'll end up having a genius adult. That's essentially what this test is telling me, at the very least. That you have a genius in the crib right now, and you, as the parent, have the ability to expound on that genius based upon the way you raise them. Now, you can raise them to be somebody who just sits in front of a screen, or just writes what it's dictated to and stuff like that, or you can have an inquisitive and explorative, curious child that is learning every step of the way, and then using those different points of experience as learning opportunities, giving them new words, giving them new concepts to actually ponder on at 4, 5, and 6 years old, giving them physical responsibilities at this age to be able to say, hey, like, this is something that I'm in charge of. Now, of course, it's not going to be something crazy or super serious because they're a small child, but just giving them these concepts about life will allow them to be able to shape their own lives and their own minds in a way that's conducive to more productivity, more intelligence, more curiousness, more curiosity. Like, these are the things that are going to mold your child into a very high achieving, high producing child, child. You feel me? So that's what I truly believe, and it's been backed up. It's been backed up. It's not even just this study, but there's this guy who raised his daughters as geniuses, and he wrote a book on it. I forgot the name of it. I don't think I have it in my digital library, but he wrote an entire book on it, and he gave all of these different, parenting tips and stuff like that. If somebody can find it in the chat, then you can put the title in there. Let's see. Crystal says that was the plot of Baby Genius. Was it? I remember Baby Genius. Baby Genius is a classic movie. Yeah, but she says, but essentially it's thought that babies retain universal knowledge until they start talking, or around 2-ish. Yeah. That's what it was. I knew it was something like that. I'm not tripping. Oh, for sure says definitely Baby Geniuses. Doe is a super millennial. Hey, man, I can't help it, man. Born in the end of 89, man. It is what it is. I'm really out here. Real deal 90s baby out here, man. You feel me? But yeah. So you got geniuses. If you got a toddler, man, you got a genius. Mold that genius. Fertilize it. Grow it. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, now this was fucking crazy. I don't know if this article is going to even allow us to flourish because of the
Among
fucking...
5-year-olds,
what the hell?
98% of them, according to this...
We already heard you, bro. Because the ads on these fucking websites are incredible. Like, not incredible. They're fucking crazy. New York Post says... Rich sniper tourists, allegedly paid $90,000 to shoot civilians, including kids, during human safari trips to Sarajevo. Let's see if the article gonna actually, work with us, or if it's gonna be a bunch of nonsense. Let's see. All right, this is crazy. I want to know if this is real. So it says, wealthy sniper tourists boom, 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 allegedly paid upward of $90,000 to shoot people during human safari trips to Cervejo in the 1990s, with an extra fee to kill children, according to wild claims being probed by Italian prosecutors. The investigation was sparked after an Italian writer alleged he had uncovered evidence that wealthy gun enthusiasts, dubbed sniper tourists, would pay Bosnian Serb forces for the chance to gun down residents at random during the 4-year siege of the city, The Guardian reported. More than 10,000 were killed in Sarajevo by snipers and shelling between 1992 and 1996 during the Balkan Wars. What the hell, son? There were Germans, French, English, people from all Western countries who paid large sums of money to be taken there to shoot civilians. There were no political or religious motivations. They were rich people who went there for fun and personal satisfaction. We are talking about people who love guns, who perhaps go to shooting ranges or on safari in Africa. Gavazzeni said he first read reports of the alleged tourist-led shootings in Italian media outlets in the 90s. Oh, here we go. Come on. But started digging deeper after watching a 2022 documentary about a former Serb soldier who claimed foreigners would shoot at residents from the hills in Sarajevo. This is crazy. He claims a key source was a former Bosnian intelligence officer. The newly launched probe, being led by prosecutors in Milan, is seeking to identify any Italians involved in the so-called sniper tourism. This is bugged out. Gavazzeni said he had already uncovered the identities of some of the Italians allegedly involved in the massacre, and they are expected to be questioned by prosecutors in the coming weeks. The Bosnian consulate in Milan said the Bosnian government would offer total collaboration amid the probe. Sick people, man. Sick people. So, yeah, basically these people, of course, took over this city in the 90s, and because they had military occupation of this place, they were able to literally charge people to hunt humans. That is super sick. You see, this is what I be talking about. What I be talking about when it comes to evil, man. Like, this is just pure evil shit. Pure evil shit. Man. Well, this is the world we live in. Understand, yo. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they had more of this shit in other places that are occupied like this. There's a lot of occupied places. There's a lot of places around the world that are literally controlled by a militaristic regime, and they have guns on them at all times. That's just a lifestyle that they live. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a widespread thing. This can't be the only instance of human safaris. What else we got? A black-owned ride-sharing company or ride-sharing app. All right. I'm interested. What we got?
Yeah, George, the owner of Black Wolf app says this all started as him providing security and taking his friend's daughter to school. That was 6 months ago. And now he says he now has this app. It's getting tons of downloads and plenty of customers interested in those armed drivers.
In the morning, there's a lot of airport pickups.
Kerry King Brown is a professional bodyguard who spent years working for celebrities and politicians, but said at the end of last year, he had an idea to make security accessible for everyone.
You have clients from the political realm to the everyday blue-collar worker.
He'd seen the many violent incidents involving rideshares and their customers, but King Brown came up with a rideshare service of his own with drivers who are armed.
Our drivers, military, law enforcement, those who've been in the private security world for over 5 years. That's the minimum that we require. They can see a situation brewing before it even happens.
He says they're trained in de-escalation, and so far no weapons have been pulled, but he says the demand was larger than he imagined, with more than 90,000 already downloading the app.
Nice. We've probably done over 180 rides, and this is our first complete month. Now that we're here, now we're expanding. You know, my next stop is LA.
There are critics, those saying this business adds more guns to the streets. But
Yes.
King Brown says these are guns in the hands of highly trained professionals.
We want to negate the fact that, or take the pressure off of you, take the liability off of you as the rider. I'm not going to listen to anybody that's going to say it's not going to work, because it is working.
So Channel 2's Candace McCowan back live with us now in Buckheads. Candace, I mean, people are thinking, what is this going to cost me?
And we asked that question, George, and we were told that this will cost the price of an Uber black car, so about 50% more than a normal Uber ride or rideshare ride that you might find from another business. George?
For
a lot
sure.
of people on both sides talking about this one.
Yeah, not mad at it. Not mad at it. Not mad at the 50% bump. Not mad at the 50% bump. I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, it's really no different than the, Uber Black. And you're not getting any armed protection for that price. So yeah, I'm not mad at that price range at all. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to brother King Brown. Like, that's super dope. And I think that this is just along the lines, like y'all already know, we talked about how Black Americans introduced ride sharing, to the economy decades ago during the Montgomery bus boycotts and all of the other boycotts, the other bus boycotts. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do a video on the bus boycotts. I'm going to write that down because there was so many other bus boycotts during that time. But anyway, so ride sharing was created in Black American communities. You feel me? But this right here is, I think, super dope because there are too many times that I've seen some crazy shit happen inside of an Uber. Like, motherfuckers is running into your Uber trying to rob it. Motherfuckers, like, the Uber driver is some type of maniac. You feel me? So it's just like, I like the fact that this is going to be in neighborhoods that need, protection and stuff like that. People who need protection. And I think this is super dope. Like, when it comes to stuff like this is what I be talking about when it comes down to the ancestors. It's proactive, pragmatic, and something that people can actually benefit from. Like, that's what it was all about. Like, Black American entrepreneurship, which deserves its entire, own, episode or whatever. But it was really about solving the issues of the everyday consumer. And so today, people are, afraid of being harmed in travel. So this is an added layer of protection. And I think that's super dope. Vincent says, Crystal says, this is why we should never give up our guns. That's a fact. Never giving up the guns. Vincent says, what the hell? More guns on the street. These folks crazy. Yeah. That was another thing. First of all, how is it more guns on the street? Like, how is that? That don't even make any sense. Like, the people who are riding armed already have the guns. They've already owned them. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know if there's going to be too many people buying new guns to do this job. He said, that it was, military, law enforcement. These men and women they had their guns for years, and even if they do buy, new guns, who cares? More guns on the street by, private citizens who are not committing crime with the guns is a good thing. We know that. That's an objective fact. You dig? So yeah, shout out to that ride ad. What was it said? Wolf? What was it? It was one of these because they had it on the screen. Hold on. Oh yeah, it is.
Everyone.
We have
BlackWolfApp.com.
From the political.
BlackWolfApp.com. Let's check it out. Let's see. What the? Oh, I put a comma instead of a period. Let's check it out. We didn't reinvent ride hailing. We just made it safer. All right. Let's go to Rod. Let's see what Rod. You got to download the app, obviously. If you want to drive, let's see. At Black Wolf, we're looking for experienced drivers committed to safety, professionalism, and service excellence. Choose the application that best suits your vehicle and background. Black Wolf Comfort, Black Wolf Premium. We currently offer 2 applications. Drivers with a security license may be considered for Black Wolf Armed during onboarding. If you're interested in armed service, select Premium and complete the security license section. Our team will review and assign drivers to the appropriate service level based on qualifications. All right. This is cool. This is cool. Having an armed driver on, like, that's fire. Do armed drivers carry weapons? Even though I know they're doing this as a service, but it's like, that's really what it be. If you run any type of business online and you have an email, people are going to email you the silliest of questions. That is a fact. That is a fact. What else we got? Is that it? All right. All right, cool. So we got through those fairly quickly. You feel me? Christian says I might have to give me a side hustle. Hey, man. Like, I'm not mad at it. If you want to, yeah, you get paid. Get paid. So as you can see in the title tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is about Black American attorneys. Black American attorneys. And I'm going to look at it. We're going to be looking at attorneys, lawyers, and judges. You know, we're going to see what we got. Let's see. Oh, no, not that. We already asked out of that. So we had, because I'm looking on my other window. What do we have? Why did it do that? What the hell? Close that. Okay, yeah. There we go. Okay, let's get to it. There we go. First up, we got, I want to say this is the first lawyer. This is the first Black American lawyer. There we go. Macon Bowling Allen. Christopher says, crazy, my gun on me anyway. Might as well get paid for sure. So here we go. Macon Bowling Allen. He was an attorney who is believed to be the first Black American to become a lawyer and to argue before a jury, and the second to hold a judicial position in the United States. He passed the bar exam in Maine in 1844 and became a Massachusetts Justice of Peace in 1847. He moved to South Carolina after the American Civil War to practice law and was elected as a judge in 1873 and then again in 1876. Following the Reconstruction era, he moved to Washington, D.C., where he continued practicing law. All right, for show. So, hold on. Let me see. Okay. All right. So, born in Indiana, A. Macon Bowling. He moved. He was born as A. Macon Bowling. He moved to New England at some point in the early 1840s and changed his name to Macon Bowling Allen. Okay, in Boston. Soon after, he moved to Portland, Maine, and studied law, working as an apprentice to Samuel Fessenden, a local abolitionist and an attorney. The Portland District Court rejected Fessenden's first motion to admit Allen to the bar in April 1844, concluding Allen did not meet the state citizenship requirement, being a resident of Massachusetts at the time. Allen tried again, pursuing admission by examination, a method that did not require citizenship. He faced a hostile examination committee, which Fessenden thought did not want Allen admitted. Nevertheless, Fessenden said his qualifications were not denied. Allen was granted his license to practice law in Maine on July 3rd, 1844, becoming the nation's first African-American lawyer. He experienced difficulty finding legal work in Maine, likely because white people were unwilling to hire a black attorney and few black people lived in Maine. That's a fact. I don't even know more black people that live in Maine. Legit. This is going to be, one of those things where it's like, there's black people in Maine? Like, obviously there are black people in Maine, but there's black people in Maine? Never thought about it. Shout out to the Maine blacks. Allen moved back to Boston, Massachusetts, and was admitted to the bar there. In 1845, he conducted a jury trial in October 1845. That is believed to be the first time a black American lawyer argued before a jury in the United States. The case was a contract dispute. Allen's client, the defendant, lost. Oh, damn, Allen. First case, you take the L. I mean, it is what it is. Although the jury awarded lower damages than the plaintiff had requested. Well, okay, he at least got the damages lowered. But damn. I mean, this, the stack is already, the deck is already stacked against you at that point. The first black man they ever seen practice law. So, the jury is like, man, fuck all of that. He's guilty. Allen encountered difficulties in Boston. Shocker. Racial prejudice made it difficult for him to earn a living. In 1845, he wrote a letter to John Jay Jr., the grandson of the country's first Chief Justice, discussing the difficulty of finding clients in Boston and wondering whether he would do better in New York City with its larger black American population. Duh. 4 years later, Allen was attacked by 4 men in Boston, although their motivation is unclear. Are you serious? How is it clear to me in 2025, but it's unclear? Like, what? It's very clear. It's Boston, and it's in fucking 1845. That's the motivation. What are you talking about? He's black in Boston in 1845. What more motivation does one need? Like, I don't understand. What do you mean? That was an easy math to them. It was like, what the fuck? Is that a black man? And like, what are we? Yeah, we're going to attack him. Duh. It's racist as hell. It's racist as hell in Boston now. And don't get me wrong, I know about, the black population and the black history of Boston. I do. Trust me. But like, that stereotype of Boston being hella racist is not a stereotype for no reason. And I can only imagine what that stereotype would have been in 1845. You shitting me? Yes. We know their motivation. Their motivation was extremely clear. Extremely clear. Excuse me. In 1852, Allen's landlord pressed charges against him for allegedly ripping out parts of his apartment to burn his firewood. A jury acquitted him. Yeah, come on. So, all right, cool. I'm not mad at the first case being an L, despite, he did get the charges or the damages lowered. But him being able to free himself, defend himself in court and win, I'm fucking with that. After passing a rigorous qualifying exam for Justice of the Peace for Middlesex County, Massachusetts in 1847, Allen became the second black American in the United States to hold a judicial position, following only Wentworth Cheswill. You already know, we learned about him. We might have to spin the block on that part of his life. We already know about Wentworth when it comes down to Paul Revere and all of that. You feel me? He was elected in 1805 as Justice of the Peace of Rockingham County, New Hampshire. So they moving and shaking in New England. You know, despite not being considered a full U.S. citizen under the Constitution at the time, although see the remarks about state citizenship in the above section, as well as the holdings about Maine and Dred Scott. Okay, as Justice of the Peace, Allen would have handled minor crimes and small claims. Allen moved to Charleston, South Carolina, following the Civil War, and opened a law office with two other black American attorneys, William Whipper and Robert Elliott. Okay, their firm, Whipper, Elliott, and Allen, is the first known African American law firm in the country. We gotta look up that. I'll look that up. Among other cases, Allen represented several black defendants who were fighting death sentences. The state legislature in 1873 elected Allen, choosing him instead of Whipper to be a judge of Charleston County Criminal Court. He served for 3 years. In 1876, he was elected as probate judge for Charleston County, South Carolina, defeating the white incumbent. Oh, damn. So they really liked him. So yeah, we gonna tap into William Whipper and Robert Elliott in a second too. So yeah, we got the chronology and all of that. His wife, Emma Levy, had 6 children in Boston. 2 died in childhood. They spent some of the time, their Massachusetts years in Dedham, where a deed shows a property owned by Emma, blah, blah, blah. Okay. After moving to South Carolina, they had another kid. The wife died in 1870, along with another of the couple's children, He married his second wife, Hannah Weston, at some point before 1880. Then he suffered from dementia in his later years and died in Washington in 1894. Got it. All right, so I wonder if we can look up some of their cases. But who we got? William James Whipper. That's what a last name for somebody born in 1834 though. Can't just mull over that. Like, his last name is Whipper. Yikes. Do we have a picture of William James Whipper? Let's see. Nah, it's not seeming like it. Is this the same person? I don't think it is. Is it? I think it might be. It might be. Hold on. Businessman, abolitionist, United States, Black American, advocated nonviolence, and co-founded the American Moral Reform Society. Nah, this is not him. This is a whole different William Whipper. Oh, his nephew is this William Whipper. Not this one. His nephew is this. How is the nephew not photographed, but the uncle is? Okay. Got it. Makes sense. Because I was like, there's no way they're not related. Okay, so he was an abolitionist, trial lawyer, municipal judge, and state legislator in South Carolina. An African American, he volunteered for the United States Army during the American Civil War, serving from 1864 to November 1865 as a member of the 31st Colored Troops. He played an influential role in the state government of South Carolina during Reconstruction. As a delegate to the state's 1868 Constitutional Convention, he supported women's suffrage. Okay. Although his motion to allow every citizen to vote was not taken seriously at the time. So he even wanted women to vote in 1868. Shout out to him. He was a noted political opponent of Robert Smalls as well as a dedicated trial lawyer. What's this source? What is this? Because, I don't really be. Like, Wiki is a good starting point, but, I like to go, yeah, this is what I like right here. Yeah, now we get into it. I have links too. Hold on, let me just get the links ready too. I had them, but then they all just left for some reason. It was super weird. But there we go. Yep. There they go. I got them. Because we got a letter. We got a letter written by Macon as well. So we can put that up. But we're going to learn about Whipper. So, boom, we let that play in the back. All right. So, what I'm seeing is some overlap between them becoming lawyers and then going up the ranks and then becoming like, congressmen. So yeah, this is the type of biographies that we be liking. So this is another one of those websites from back in the day. This one says November 8th, 2014, but I doubt that this website was made. I mean, it could have been. This looks about correct. But let's see. I know these letters are super small for y'all. Let me see if I can zoom in. There we go. Much better. That way I could at least try to follow along. You feel me? So Whipper was born January 23rd, 1834 in Norristown, Pennsylvania, and named for his uncle, William Whipper, the prominent abolitionist. As a young man, he worked as a laborer on a farm in Chester County, Pennsylvania. He moved to Ohio and became active in the abolition movement. In 1859, Whipper gave a speech at a young people's abolitionist meeting in Salem, Ohio. In April of that year, Whipper cast a ballot in township elections of Charleston, Ohio, in defiance of a state law that forbade blacks from voting. Fire. That was fire. By 1861, Whipper was an agent for the Anti-Slavery Society. After legal efforts in Cleveland failed to free the fugitive slave Sarah Lucy Bagby, Whipper and W.A. Tyler failed in their attempt to hijack the rail car that was transporting Bagby back to slavery. Oh, shit. They was really, okay, so they was really active. Like seems like when it comes down to being an abolitionist, is basically a 19th century activist, right? Like you're out there obviously speaking out against slavery, all of these different things. But he was out here being defiant for real. Like he casted a vote in an election where it was clearly clearly illegal for black Americans to vote. And then when a woman got found guilty of whatever she did, this woman named Sarah Lucy Bagby, he tried to hijack a train to get her free so they wouldn't send her back to slavery. That's crazy. That's fire though. That's so crazy. Sarah Lucy Bagby. Okay. She was the last slave in the United States prosecuted under the Fugitive Slave Act. Got you. And he tried to free her. He tried to break her out of bondage on a fucking rail car. Could y'all imagine that? Like two dudes, W.A. Tyler and then William Whipper, are literally trying to hijack a rail car, fam. Like, did they go in there like bandits, bandanas over the face, pistols in the air and all of that? Like, that's a crazy scene, bro. Like, that is a crazy scene. Just a free shorty. I wonder how it failed, though. Like, what happened? That's fire. Everybody hands up. Freeze. And then it just get botched. I know Sarah for that 1 second felt like, all right, I'm about to be free. But damn. Free Sarah, man. Free Sarah. Soon, Whipper moved to Detroit and read law and may have been admitted to the Ohio bar and practiced law. He was active in the State Central Committee of Colored Men and spearheaded their efforts to obtain their right to vote in Michigan. In 1864, Whipper volunteered for the 31st Colored Troops. After his discharge in November of 1865, he moved to Charleston and began practicing law. When his wife first died, he married. When his first wife died, sorry y'all, Whipper married Frances Ann Rowland of Charleston. In the early days of Reconstruction, the state was under military rule. This is what I was talking about when it comes to the federal troops, and it was during that period in the military provost courts of Charleston and Beaufort that Whipper first appeared as a trial lawyer. In November 1866, Whipper filed a complaint with the military governor alleging that General William T. Bennett, a member of the Beaufort Provost Court, was abusing black citizens. Significantly, Whipper was co-counsel with Jonathan Jasper Wright, another prominent black lawyer who had later became the state's first black Supreme Court justice. So we keep bumping into more and more history. This is what I love about what I do, because now we got Jonathan Jasper Wright. Who's that? Well, we obviously know that he was a lawyer, but look at all of these different lawyers of the time. We're going to go back to that, but yeah, this is another one. Another person. You feel me? Oh, for sure says the ancestors were really about it. Now all we got is signs and crumping at protests. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. They was out there literally like getting the police out their body, freeing the guys, freeing the ladies. You feel me? Let's see. United States v. William T. Bennett in February of 1867 was probably the first instance of black attorneys practicing before a legal tribunal in South Carolina on record. As a result of the case, Bennett was relieved of duty. Let's go. Let's go. Big W's. Big W's. Yup. You was abusing black citizens and now you was relieved of duty. Got him out of here. That's what I'm talking about, Whipper. Is that his first case? So he came out the gate winning. That's what I'm talking about. Sued the fuck out of him. Soon as he passed the ball. Seen some injustice, was like, yeah, it's time to sue. It's time to sue. Yeah. 2 black men. Got him out of here. In 1868, Whipper was elected to the state constitutional convention. The new constitution was the first in the state's history to be ratified by the majority of the state's whole population. It was a revolutionary document. It established the state's first public schools, guaranteed civil rights to all, and gave all male citizens over 21 the right to vote. As the delegates finished debating the franchise section of the new constitution, Whipper made a motion that the word male be stricken and substituted with every citizen. Whipper gave a short, forceful speech in support of women's suffrage. Whipper was serious, but his fellow delegates interrupted him with frivolous remarks, which went unrecorded and unattributed. The stenographer was like, man, I ain't writing that shit down. He talking that bullshit. Whipper in here trying to get us some the right to vote, and this motherfucker, they over here talking that bullshit. The report of the debate simply notes that Mr. Whipper's motion was decided in the negative. Shout out to Whipper being a feminist, man. Like a 19th century one. You know, not the crazy ones that we dealing with today in the 21st century. But yeah, Whipper was holding it down for the ladies. He wanted the ladies to be able to vote in 1868. Look at that. See that? And they say black men don't protect black women, man. Come on. Knock it off. Look at the ancestors. Look how they look after their women. They wanted them to vote. You know, I ain't gonna lie though. I'm pretty sure if there was more than one black person in there, I wonder what the other black person was saying. The other black man. You feel me? Elected to the legislature in 1868, Whipper was one of 3 black lawyers in the body, so it was 2 other ones. Okay. The press suggested that Whipper was one of 8 men who controlled the legislature. Thomas Holt, in his book Black Over White, characterized Whipper as a member of the most radical coalition in the legislature. Despite his radicalism, Whipper was elected chair of the Judiciary Committee. Service in the legislature was not without peril, however. During the fall campaign of 1868, a number of Republicans, both black and white, were murdered. Oh, shit. A legislative committee investigated the crimes and held hearings which revealed that the Ku Klux Klan, was determined to kill all the Republican leaders and drive them from the state. In response to these threats, the legislature created a state militia. You're goddamn right. Okay? Domestic terrorists got to be dealt with. When State Representative James Martin and State Senator B.F. Randolph were murdered, the legislature held a memorial service where Whipper delivered an impassioned speech. If Whipper had not made his mark as a radical before, he certainly made it that day. Whipper began his speech by eulogizing the murdered black legislators and then condemned those responsible for the murders. He said, quote, "I do not charge any particular individual with complicity in these crimes, as I know not the foul hands which perpetuated them. But I do arraign the Democrat Party of South Carolina and charge it with responsibilities of these heinous outrages." Uh-oh. Kicking the Democrats. Yeah, it's the Democrats. I am reminded of a dream once related of a celebrated warrior, in which arose before him an army reduced to skin and bones. Pointing their bony fingers at him, they said, "Thou art the cause." And could the shades of the departed Martin and Randolph stalk forth from their bloody tombs, they will point their gory fingers at the democracy and say, "You are the cause." You Democrats. You racist white Democrats of South Carolina. Y'all did this. Okay? Now listen, I ain't gonna name no names. I don't know exactly who did it, but if I had to guess, it was South Carolina Democrats. The Democratic Party of South Carolina. Y'all are the motherfuckers that are behind this shit. I know it. I know it. You killed my colleagues. You killed people in my community. I know it was you motherfuckers, because it ain't no Republican Ku Klux Klan members running around this motherfucker. Not that many. I'm not going to say there's none, but not that many. Let's see. Despite threats, physical violence, and hard economic times, black legislators like Whipper had an immediate impact on the law. They transformed the state by making civil rights paramount on their agenda. In the first legislative session of 1868, these men wrote and enacted the state's first civil rights statute, ratified the 15th Amendment, and abolished capital punishment except in cases of willful murder. Okay, fair. That's just that, because they was sentencing motherfuckers to death for like theft and shit like that. Like if you stole, off with his head, like sentencing you to death because of theft. You feel me? Let's see. Christian says a lot of the suffragettes were also abolitionists. So yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it was a lot of overlap. I think Frederick Douglass was a suffragist too. You feel me? Sammy says it's official. I'm a Whipper feminist. Yeah, go ahead and tell the feminists, tell the third wave feminists that you a Whipper feminist. See how they interpret what the fuck you just said, Sammy. All right. Whipper introduced legislation to compensate the widows and orphans of victims of political crimes. What? Yo, Whipper was doing his thing, fam. I ain't gonna lie. He was in there shaking shit up. Like, I like that the ancestors who practiced law immediately was like getting into like lawmaking. It's like, yeah, I didn't practice law just to be a lawyer or an attorney. While I'm very good at that, it's time for me to be elected as a judge, be elected as a congressman, a state representative. Like, I have to be inside of this government to be able to shake shit up in here. These are good motherfucking this is good legislation. Introduce legislation to compensate the widows and orphans of victims of political crimes. Do you know what that means? Every single lynching, every single cross burning, every single murder that was racially motivated, the wives and the children of those men would have gotten financial compensation based upon the tyranny that they faced. Okay? This was in 1868 he was pushing this. Fresh off the plantation. Imagine if it was straight, like it was like directly, basically a hate crime. That's what they're doing. This is an anti-hate crime bill. In effect. And how many, people would that have deterred? Because they're able to do a lot of this shit with impunity. Not during this time, because there's going to be the federal troops on the ground. So you're going to see racial violence during these times, but it really picks up after 1877 because of the compromise. After the compromise, there's no more federal troops, so it's a lot more just mayhem in the streets, so to speak, This bill died, but was later modified and passed in limited form in 1872. Okay. In the early days of Reconstruction, the white Republican leadership had decided to curry favor with white Democrats by electing only white judges. While some blacks acquiesced, Whipper opposed the plan and others soon joined him. So yeah, he wasn't going. I'm fucking with Whipper, yo. I'm not gonna hold you. Whipper, how old was he? Because this motherfucker, he's shaking shit up. I respect this. He was born, hold on, let's go to his nephew again. He was born in 1834, right? He was born in 1834, and he's doing this shit in, 1868, right? So, yeah, he in his 30s, shaking shit up. I'm fucking with this. In 1870, the General Assembly elected Jonathan Jasper Wright to the Supreme Court, even though there were still no black circuit court judges. Whipper ran unsuccessfully for the Supreme Court, the Circuit Court, and Criminal Court of Charleston. They was mad. They was mad at him. This is all fucking jealousy right here. This right here, this sentence is hate. Sorry, I'm not going to sit here. You not about to convince me that this nigga wasn't capable of any of these judgeships. You not about to, nah. You not about to convince me of that. These motherfuckers was mad because he was in this motherfucking legislature shaking shit up. And they was hating on Whipper. If I was able to ask Whipper, like, what happened? Like, why, when you tried to run for Supreme, Circuit, and Criminal, these motherfuckers was like, nah. And he would have been like, oh, you already know. These motherfuckers was mad. I wanted women to have the vote. I didn't like the fact that Republicans were acquiescing to the white Democrats and only electing white judges. And so, I was like, fuck that. So I ran. And they was mad. Yeah, I believe them. Finally, December 1875, Whipper was elected to Circuit Court. All right, there we go. So that's 5 years later. So you already know what that means. Regime change. There's another motherfucker in office. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what that was. Whipper had the misfortune, however, of running simultaneously with ex-governor Franklin J. Moses, a notorious figure. Whipper faced 5 opponents, but was elected by a comfortable margin, 83-59. Fucking right. Okay? Moses faced more opponents and barely won by a vote of 70-69. Damn. Is this a black man? Is Franklin J. Moses a black man? Nah. This is a white man. That is a white man. All right. All right. While Whipper, so yeah, Whipper is cooking shit. Come on now. While Whipper had faced some opposition in the legislature and some minor criticism in the press, the firestorm in the white community caused by his election is only explained by his race. Leading the charge against him was Republican Governor D.H. Chamberlain, Republican, who claimed to be outraged by the election and refused to issue the necessary commissions for Whipper and Moses to be seated. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about when it comes to dealing with politics. Like you can't trust these motherfuckers based on political affiliation. You just can't. This is a white Republican who's supposed to be anti the Democrats, anti-slavery, anti-discrimination, and all that other shit. And this motherfucker is blocking Negro progress in real time. You feel me? But I'm really loving the fact that, like black Americans were moving and shaking as soon as they was able to move and shake. Dead ass. I love this. The governor's opposition was supposedly based on the claim that Whipper and Moses were corrupt, but he was in fact trying to curry favor with white Democrats. Told you, it's all of this compromising that these Republicans are doing, caving to Democrats because obviously the Democrats have a large presence in the South. And so they're playing the political game, trying to get all of this favor with these white Democrats, and you can't give niggas love like that. You can't give too much love to the niggas because you don't want to lose this white Democrat support. His assertions that Moses was corrupt were certainly true. But his accusations against Whipper were at best a contrived political reaction and at worst a racist appeal to white voters. There we go. Wake it up. I'm glad the writer said it because that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Like, we playing politics, bro. Like, I may say some shit that you may not like, but you're not about to sit here and say that I'm corrupt. That's different. You're lying. And you're lying to make sure that you can maintain this, camaraderie or support that you have with the Democrats. So you're just going to just pull shit out your ass. But it's clearly you're signaling to the white Democrats to let them know that you are like, no, we're blocking this Negro. Like, clear. Undoubtedly, Whipper was a gambler and flamboyant figure. Even his granddaughter accused him of gambling and drinking too much, but he was not corrupt. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, I like to drink. Yeah, I like to shake the bones. I would like to shake the dice, after a long day. You going to see me in the gambling shack. I ain't going to lie. I might be drunk in the gambling shack on a Friday night. Not going to hold you. But that don't stop me from doing my job correctly. It's me, baby. It's Whipper. It's old, you know what I'm saying? It's Big Will. I can't drink and gamble a little bit? Come on, son. I never claimed to be a saint, baby. I never claimed to be a saint. Yes, I drink a little bit. Yes, I have a little, I wet my whistle, And yes, I don't win every time I gamble, but when I win big, baby. Come on, it's me. It's Big Whip. Y'all know me. I win on and off, the legislature. I'm passing laws by day. I'm having my whiskey and playing cards by night. You feel me? What's wrong with that? Nah, y'all got to get up off Whipper. He's corrupt because he like to gamble a little bit and drink. Nah, get off his body, son. Get off his body. I know his granddaughter. See, that's what happens. Okay? His granddaughter, she may have caught him on a downturn. Like, when you gambling, just think about 19th century, early 20th century gambling, right? So you got cards, you got dice, and, you playing poker, you playing, craps or whatever you playing, and you lose. It happens. You know what I'm saying? People lose. Somebody has to lose, right? And usually when you losing, you drinking more. So you getting, they done took your shirt at the game, playing poker or whatever. And now you drunk as hell. You come home and your grandbaby see you And that's one of those memories or one of those moments in her life where she remembers that shit. And you may not even have did anything crazy, but you were definitely not sober and you definitely did not win the gamble. Because when you come to the crib and you got the big wad of cash for winning, and you know what I'm saying, you may be a little bit sauced up, but you good. It's everybody in the house happy because you came in the house with a bankroll. But them nights you come home and they done took your shirt and you about, 3-4 shots in or 3-4 shots more than you should have did, yeah, you're not going to look that good. But I wake up in the motherfucking morning, put my suit on, and I go to the state legislature and I do my thing. You feel me? Shout out to Will. He's just a human like all of us. That's all. He a human like the rest of us. For example, the most infamous instance of Reconstruction political corruption was the 1872 election of U.S. Senator John J. Patterson. Patterson bought his seat in December 1872, however, when Whipper was not even a member of the legislature. What? Another major scandal. Okay. All right. Well, hold on. That's just an accusation. We hold on. Let's keep reading. Another major scandal. Because that's John J. Patterson. He sound white. I don't think this had anything to do with a black man. You buying seats and shit like that, but that ain't had nothing to do with Whipper. Yeah, no, we ain't even about to do it. That ain't had nothing to do with Whipper. Okay. Another major scandal of that era centered on the owners of the Republican Printing Company, who had bribed legislators to secure lucrative government printing contracts and lined their pockets with funds from the state printing budget. Yo. You know what's so funny about this shit? This scandal is like everyday practice in the government today. Like, this was considered scandal. Okay? The owners of the Republican Printing Company, who had bribed legislators to secure lucrative government printing contracts and line their pockets with funds from the state printing budget, is literally just lobbying now. They would just call this lobbying. This was called a major scandal in 1872. You feel me? This is just lobbying. Wow. History, huh? When the post-construction legislature heard hearings on corruption, the two printers testified extensively about whom they had bribed. Damn, they ratted? Why are you ratting? Why are you spilling the beans? One of them never mentioned Whipper holding it down. Okay, holding it down. And the other, Josephus Woodruff, presented a large number of bribery checks to the committee. One of those checks was payable to Whipper for $200, but never been cashed. That's what I'm talking about, Whip. That's what I'm talking about, Big Whip. He was smart. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Whipper. He knew not to cash that check. All of these dummies is sitting there cashing the check. No, you're not going to catch me. Yeah. And shout out to, who was the first person? Oh, so it didn't say the first person. But Josephus Woodruff, you a hoe. Who are you? Rat ass. Who is this? The diary. Of course you got a diary. Of course you got a public diary. You ain't taking nothing to the grave. Oh my God. Just a rat. We ain't got no illustration of him at all. What position did he play? It was the printer. That's what it was. The Republican Printing Company. There's got to be something. There's got to be something, son. Rat. What a rat. Yeah, that's it. They ain't got no picture of son. That's whack as hell, son. He just get the rat. And have not have his face in the history books. That's not fair. Who's that? Is that him? Nah, that's not him. That's W.H.C. Folsom. But nah, son. Woodruff is a rat. Get out of here. Oh, for sure was right. Woodruff was singing like a bird, singing like a canary in that motherfucking tribunal, in that legislature, man. Shout out to Whipper for not cashing the check, though. That was so smart. Oh, man. After the hearings, the legislative committee issued a 1,700-page report on corruption during Reconstruction. Jesus. 1,700 pages? That's excessive. 27 pages of the report listed all bribes paid to Reconstruction era legislators. I ain't gonna hold you. I kind of want to read this book. 27 pages of the report listed all of the bribes paid to Reconstruction era legislators. Whipper's name was not on the list. Let's go. Let's go, Whipper. Yeah. Not corrupt. Not corrupt. That's what I'm talking about. Name clean. Name clean. Face guard is approved in the streets, in the legislature. Never got pulled up on no type of corruption. Never did it. They never caught me doing nothing corrupt. You feel me? That's a fact. They tried to get him out of here, for sure. They was doing everything in their power. This shit remind me of McKissick when they was shutting down Soul City. They tried to throw every charge at him. Mismanagement of funds, nepotism, embezzlement, whatever they could throw at him, yo. And he came out that bitch clean a year later. See, they try to smut the black man. They try to slander the black man. But when you actually didn't do it and your name clean, look how you get exonerated out this motherfucker. In addition to being a lawmaker, Whipper was an outstanding trial lawyer. Whipper was involved in murder and other major criminal cases in Georgetown, Aiken, Barnwell, Charleston, and Beaufort counties. One of the biggest trials in the history of Georgetown County occurred in June 1875. The defendant who was accused of murder was Christopher Columbus Bowen. Wow, Christopher Columbus? Okay. The sheriff of Charleston County and a former congressman. Bowen was married to Susan Pettigrew King, daughter of South Carolina's most famous antebellum lawyer, James Lewis Pettigrew. Oh shit. I think it's time to get the popcorn. Let's go. As Republican boss of Charleston County, Bowen was a controversial figure, having once been convicted of bigamy and pardoned by President Grant. Hold on. Bigamy, ain't that having like more than one? Ain't that? Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. He frequently sued the Charleston News and Courier for libel. Damn. These motherfuckers was talking that shit about him in the press. Okay, so we got to learn. Let's learn who Pettigrew is real quick. Oh, no, Bowen. Christopher Columbus Bowen. We got to see who this dude is. Oh, marrying someone while already being married. Got you. So this is Christopher Columbus Bowen. He was getting into shit. Oh, look at his face. Yeah, nah, Christopher Columbus Bowen, he was with the shits. You could tell by his smirk. He was with the shits. Like, let's finish reading about him. Hold on. So he frequently sued Charleston News and Courier for libel. So it was no surprise that the killing of a Confederate officer during the Civil War was resurrected more than a decade after it occurred in order to bring charges against Bowen. Damn. They charged him with a murder that happened more than 10 years ago? What? Bowen had allegedly hired another soldier to murder their commanding officer who had previously court-martialed Bowen for forgery. Damn, Bowen, that's what I'm saying. Bowen was getting in this shit, son. He was getting in this shit. Jesus. When Bowen was set to be tried, he hired the best lawyers for his defense. 3 of those lawyers were black. Shout out to us. Okay. Now look, the white man calling the black man to get him out of prison. This is in 1875. See, this is what I'll be talking about when it comes to the nuances of history, because now you have these new blacks. If you tell them what was happening in the South, especially if you say the South, in 1875, you know what they about to tell you. That shit about to look like Roots. That shit about to look like Mississippi Burning. That shit is going to look like the most racist shit that you could possibly think of without any of the nuance, any of the things that could actually be happening on the ground. Because in 1875, a white man, a prominent white man who got into shit, this nigga got a background. He got a jacket. There's yet to be in any space of his life where he's not being charged or accused of some shit. This nigga is a deviant. Do you feel me? This motherfucker really getting into shit, and he hired black men to get him out of trouble. And you'll have people who will be surprised to hear these simple, objective facts. You feel me? This is a great fucking story. I love history, man. I'm telling you. Let's see. 3 of those lawyers were black: William Whipper, Robert Brown Elliott, and Stephen Swales. His only white lawyer was D.T. Corbin. The prosecution's case fell apart during the trial, and Bowen was acquitted. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Whipper. That's what I'm talking about, Whipper. He's smoking shit. Whipper is smoking shit. We have to give him his motherfucking props. He's smoking shit. Not guilty. Acquitted. That motherfucker fell into a group of Negroes when he won. He was crying and shit at the trial like, oh my God. Thank you, Whipper. Thank you, Elliott. Thank you, Swells. 3 black men and a white man. Got him out of this. Yeah. His legal team was 75% black. What? Around that same time, the legislature established a criminal court in Charleston and gave it exclusive jurisdiction over all non-capital criminal cases. That's what's up. The court had 2 black judges, George Lee and Macon B. Allen. You already know there's going to be a lot of intersection here. That was the first person we looked at. And black lawyers flourished there. Black lawyers handled 63 cases in the criminal court between 1873 and 1875. Of those 63 cases, 23 were handled by Whipper. Damn, he's going crazy. Whipper's record demonstrates his prowess. He obtained 6 not guilty verdicts. He obtained 6 not guilty verdicts, had 2 new trials ordered, 4 cases struck, and 1 quashed. His record is crazy. In Barnwell County, Whipper and Elliott were appointed as defense counsel in a murder trial. Okay. They not only obtained a not guilty verdict, they also drew the attention of a Charleston newspaper which reported on the, quote, politeness and general good bearing of the 2 lawyers. See, name ring bells, name is good. See, let Whipper's story be a testament that when they try to slander your name, they try to call you corrupt, they try to say that you a bad person, just live your life. Let your life and the things that you do in real life be the truth. That's it. These motherfuckers is gonna throw smoke on your name. They're gonna try to slander the fuck out of you. But if you living right and you know you living good and you living right, I'm telling you, the people that don't mean you any harm, they're gonna say shit like politeness and general good bearing. That's what they're gonna say about you. That you held yourself. That you held yourself down, that you carried yourself in a particular manner. That's what they're going to say. William Whipper appeared in another Barnwell trial of September 1873 and was able to obtain not guilty verdicts on the serious charges of riot and assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature. In Beaufort County, naturally, William Whipper was the criminal defense lawyer. What? He was the criminal defense lawyer. He's the Johnny Cochran. He's the Johnny Cochran of Beaufort County, South Carolina. You hire him if you want to go home. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. For example, during one term in 1873, he won acquittals for clients charged with murder, rape, and assault and battery with the intent to kill. Yeah, they putting crazy charges on motherfuckers, and Whipper is getting them out of here. That's what I'm talking about. 1876, Whipper won virtually all his criminal cases, including 3 murder trials. What? What? Yeah, I'm hiring Whipper. I don't give a fuck, son. If I'm in trouble in 1873 and I'm in South Carolina, I don't give a fuck where I am in South Carolina, because I could be anywhere. It don't matter. I'm calling and I'm getting William Whipper on the case. What? Especially, I get in trouble while he's on this hot streak. So that's the best type of fucking legal flow state that you could be in as somebody on trial. With a lawyer that you hired as a dynamo, and he's in the middle of this crazy streak. It's damn near guaranteed that we're going to get the fuck up out of here, especially if I didn't do it. But shit, even if I may have had to murder son, I'm not going to hold you. I may have had to shoot him. It may have not been self-defense. It may have been because I really didn't like that motherfucker. It may have been that he did some disrespectful shit at a previous time, and I ain't have the ability to kill him at that time. And so I caught that motherfucker again. But in that moment, no, he ain't do shit to me. But I ain't forget the shit he did. So I shot him on the spot. Whip. I'm telling Whip everything about the case. Like, yo, listen, this is what happened. I had to smoke that motherfucker. I'm not going to hold you, Whip. What can you do for me? And I know Whip is like, yo, don't even worry about it. Okay? I know the judge. I know the da-da-da-da-da. This is a clear-cut self-defense. We're going to make it so that you defended yourself in the moment and shit like that, because it's 1873, bro. There's no cameras around. Okay? The only thing that we got to worry about is if anybody seen you. Did anybody see you? It was like, well, I don't know, but I did shoot that motherfucker in public. So I wasn't really thinking, I wasn't looking at my surroundings and shit like that. But, it could have been somebody there. So it's like, Whip is like, man, don't even trip. Don't even trip. You ain't got nothing to worry about. I'm about to take care of this shit. Sit tight. Sit tight in your cell. You be good. So shout out to Whip. He was getting niggas out of a jam. Okay? The ever-present William Whipper joined George Lee in 2 cases after Lee left the bench: an unsuccessful murder defense and the defense of a white Republican official accused of misconduct that ended in a mistrial. So he took an L on that case. Okay. An unsuccessful murder defense. So that nigga went up. That motherfucker got charged. He got convicted. Whipper remained in Beaufort, where he was active in law and politics. He became a bitter opponent of Robert Smalls and achieved some success by finally being elected probate judge in 1884. He was denied re-election by a fraudulent vote count, then jailed for contempt when he refused to turn over court records to his white opponent. Oh my God, he was salty. He not fucking with it. Because you got to think this is this is the end of his career. You feel me? And, I just want to be a judge and shit like that. I did all of this shit, I'm in my 60s, and I just want to be able to chill. I just want to be a judge. I did all of this shit, you motherfuckers. I went through all of the slander, all of these decades, because the people that hated him didn't stop hating him. They kept hating him. So I've been dealing with all of this hate. I've been dealing with all of the backbiting. I've been dealing with all of the slander and libel. And now I want to make sure I stay a judge. And not going to hold you. After being clean for all of these decades, I thought that I should be able to just tip the scale a little bit to maintain my judgeship and get reelected. So I hired somebody who was going to count that shit in my favor. Sue me. And if you do sue me, I'm not turning over the fucking records. No, fuck you. If I gotta go to jail, I gotta go to jail. Fuck it. I'm not handing over the fucking records to him. Fuck him. Straight up. For all of the shit that I went through with you motherfuckers, I ain't giving him shit. Straight up. Here we go. What else happened? He served as chair of the state Republican Party until 1889. He was a delegate for a second time to a state constitutional convention, this time in 1895. He unsuccessfully defended John Brownfield on murder charges in Georgetown in 1900. So yeah, he lost his spark. You know what I'm saying? He lost his spark at this time. I think that's what happened. You older now, you feel me? You in your 60s, 70s and all of that. Like you don't have it. You don't, like when you was younger, when you was moving and shaking in your 30s and 40s, you making it happen. So I don't really see him giving his A game in the court at this point in his career. He went to jail. You know what I'm saying? For not handing over, the records to the person that he lost to. So yeah, I can see him losing his spark around here. Like just being like, man, fuck this shit. I'm just doing it because I'm nice at it. I know the law. Hire me if you want. You definitely, seems like you don't want to hire him in the 1880s, 1890s. At that point, he kind of lost it. You feel me? He appealed to the South Carolina Supreme Court, arguing that blacks had been intentionally excluded from the jury, but was unsuccessful. See, they looked at that like, oh, now you want to pull the race card? Yeah. His trip to the U.S. Supreme Court was one of his last court appearances. He died July 29th, 1907 in Beaufort. So he stayed local. That was a good one, man. That was a good one. Shout out to William Whipper, man. Shout out to William Whipper. Let's close these. Wait, no, I opened those shits for a reason, didn't I? Hold on. Yeah, Jonathan Jasper. Let's see if we can find something on him. The Brennan Center for Justice. We'll return to that in a second if we can find something else. A better source. Let's see. Okay, this article is from last October. For sure says he really wasn't going. Nah, he wasn't. He was not going. That's what I appreciate about the ancestors, man. Them motherfuckers stood on business like just by nature. Motherfuckers ain't had to be convinced or galvanized or no shit like that for real. Motherfuckers just stood on that shit. That's just what it was. Shout out to Whipper. Is this shit gonna load or what? While we waiting for this shit to load, hey, make sure you guys are subscribing to the Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep History. Make sure you're subscribing on all of the things here. Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and me on TikTok. New content dropping daily. So you definitely want to tap into that. We have the Hotep History podcast tomorrow at 2:00. I still don't know what we're going to be talking about. And what I really want to do is talk about Gilded Age Season 1. I've been putting it off for too long, and I think that's what it's going to be. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about Season 1 of Gilded Age. Okay? So it may not go 4 hours. You feel me? But we are going to talk about Gilded Age Season 1 because I think it's a dope show. And I think that the depictions in the show are important to Black American history. It just needs some more context. It obviously needs some fact checking and some discussion around it, because the way that Black American upper class, Black Americans lived during that time, like it's really something that is intentionally left out of historical conversations of Black Americans, because it flies in the face of the narratives that's been prescribed to Black Americans and about Black Americans for a very long time. And so that's the reason why I want to talk about it. There's so much that surrounding this society of Black Americans that you just need to know about. The Colored Institute, or, the Institute for Colored Youth in, Philadelphia that Peggy went to. That's a real school. You know what I'm saying, that existed in real life. So you need to know the background of that institution. You need to know the background of all of the like the history of the Jack and Jill, and all of this different stuff. And you also need to learn about how upper class Black Americans viewed their lower class counterparts, because it was not all welcoming at all. It was not all positive at all. So yeah, we're gonna have a good conversation about it, because I'm tired. Because like last week, we were having the space, and I was gonna change the topic to Gilded Age season 1, and then Sunny came and she turned it up. She turned it up, so we kept it going on a political and historical tip. But yeah, tomorrow will be about Gilded Age season 1 for sure. Oh man. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, short bio here. I don't know. I kind of want to find another one, another source, a longer source. Let's see. The Library Society, is that going to be a better one? Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. So Charleston resident Jonathan Jasper Wright, an attorney originally from Pennsylvania, was sworn into his seat on the South Carolina Supreme Court in 1870 as the country's first Black American Supreme Court justice. His tenure coincided with the rise and fall of the Reconstruction in the South, a time of temporarily gained legal and political opportunities for Black Americans. Join what? Join the Charleston Library Society and welcome in Judge Richard Gurgle and Professor William Burke. Oh, no. That's some personal shit for them. Anyway, Jonathan Jasper Wright, the first Black American to serve on a state Supreme Court, was born in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, and grew up in nearby Susquehanna County in the northeastern corner of the state. In 1858, Wright traveled to Ithaca, New York, where he enrolled in the Lancasterian Academy, a school where older students helped teach younger ones. He graduated in 1860 and for the next 5 years taught school and read law in Pennsylvania. Wright's first known political activity came in October 1864, where he was a delegate to the National Convention of Colored Men meeting in Syracuse. The convention, chaired by Frederick Douglass, passed resolutions calling for a nationwide ban on slavery, racial equality under the law, and universal suffrage for adult males. When Wright applied for admission to the Pennsylvania bar, however, he was refused because of his race. Shocker. In 1865, the American Missionary Association sent Wright to Beaufort, South Carolina, to organize schools for the freed people. Wright taught and gave legal advice to ex-slaves. That's what's up. In 1866, he returned to Pennsylvania and was now, with the backing of a new federal civil rights law, accepted into the bar as the state's first Black American attorney. Wright returned to Beaufort in January 1867 and worked as a legal advisor for the Freedmen's Bureau. He soon became active in Republican politics and was chosen as a delegate to the South Carolina Constitutional Convention, just like Whipper, that met in Charleston in January 1868. Later that year, he was elected to the South Carolina State Senate representing Beaufort. In 1870, the Republican-dominated legislature in Columbia named him a justice of state Supreme Court, even though he was 30 and had little courtroom experience. That's what's fire. That's what's fire about it. Because it's how young they were and how poppin' they was getting it. Let's see. He joined 2 white Democrats on the bench. By 1876, white conservatives, using fraud, intimidation, and violence, managed to gain control over South Carolina's government. I wonder why they didn't say Democrats. That's very interesting. because I know about all of the late 19th century voter fraud and political fraud that the Democrats were doing. But it's very, very interesting that they said white conservatives instead of white Democrats. Very interesting. Very interesting. Because they said, you see how they framing this? This is what we talking about when it comes down to, historical framing. Because he was named a justice of the state Supreme Court, and then he was joined by two Democrats on the bench with the implication that Democrats supported him or his colleagues were Democrats. But then in the following paragraph, it says white conservatives, and those are going to be Democrats. I'm more than sure, but they didn't say that. They said white conservatives. Okay. So they used fraud, intimidation, violence, and managed to gain control over the South Carolina's government. However, it was Wright's concurrence in a February 1877 decision confirming the authority of a Democratic claimant to the governor's seat, to the governor's chair, Wade Hampton, which ended Republican rule. Wow. Why would you do that, bro? 1877, that's the year of the compromise. Why would he concur with the decision confirming the authority of a Democratic claimant to the governor's chair, Wade Hampton, and then ending Republican rule, Reconstruction in South Carolina, and Wright's tenure as a state Supreme Court justice? What? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? I'm dead trying to figure out, like, what is the strategy behind that? When the new Democrat-controlled legislature attempted to impeach Wright for corruption and malfeasance, he at first denied the charges and vowed to defend his name and record. By August 1877, however, realizing he would not win, Wright submitted his resignation. Wright moved to Charleston, where he practiced law, then to Orangeburg, where he established the law department at Claflin College. Jonathan Wright died of tuberculosis in Orangeburg in 1885. What the hell, bro? Nah, something happened. Something had to happen. This is funny. Something had to happen. This doesn't add up. This doesn't add up. However, like, what? The white conservatives use fraud to gain control over South Carolina's government, but then you concur with the corruption that would end your, like, what? Why would you end your own tenure? Nah, something happened. They put the spurs to this motherfucker. They put some fire on him. They did something to him. This don't make no sense. They 100% came to him and threatened him or paid him off. There had to have been something. Something happen. And it couldn't even been paid because they went to go fucking get him out the paint for real. They wanted him impeached on corruption and malfeasance charges. Like, something happened, bro. This does not add up at all. It does not make any sense. A black man supporting a Republican in the 1870s, bro? Nah, I'm not buying it. Something happened. Something definitely happened. Let's see if we can find another source or some shit, because that don't add up at all, gang. I don't believe it for 1 second. What do y'all think could have been, like, the reason? Y'all smart in the chat. Y'all give me y'all best theories as to why he did that. Why he sabotaged his own career like that. That don't make no sense. That doesn't make any sense. I can't see any logical reason why one would do that. He completely harpooned his entire career based upon that shit. And I'm legitimately, is this the same website I went to already? I'm tripping. But I'm legitimately trying to see the logic in it. Like, I'm not seeing it. Somebody, try to help me out because I'm over here like flabbergasted as to why he did that to himself. Straight up and down. I'm flabbergasted. Son, why would you do that, bro? Yeah, well, that's politics for you, I guess. But I personally think somebody had to put the screws to that motherfucker. Somebody did something. Somebody tried to intimidate him or get him out the motherfucking paint or some shit because it does not make any logistical sense as to why he would concur with a Democrat taking the seat, knowing that those Democrats are going to try to get him out of his position. And then they hitting you with corruption and malfeasance. Like, that shit is wicked, son. That's too wicked. But politics is a dirty game. Politics is a dirty game. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they kind of paid him off or some shit like that. Yeah, this is the same website from before. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that shit, but like, nah, son, there's got to be more to that. There's got to be more to that. This is gonna be the last site that I look for something on him. Yeah, they don't got much on them. The sites don't really have much on them. Let's see if we get something from here. This is something new. I don't see too many of the same words. He completed his legal studies, but it wasn't allowed. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Wright returned to South Carolina as a legal advisor to General Oliver O. Howard. As such, he was the first black man to practice law in South Carolina. Wright continued in this position until his election as a delegate to the convention. He played a major role in shaping the 1868 constitutional provisions relating to the judiciary. He was then elected as senator from Beaufort County. He was also sworn in as a member of the South Carolina Bar September 1st, 1868. When Solomon Hogue was elected to Congress, an opening occurred on the three-member South Carolina Supreme Court. This set up a race between William Whipper, shout out to the G, a House member, and Wright, a Senate member. Wright defeated Whipper 72 to 57. He resigned his Senate seat and was immediately sworn in as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court to complete Hogue's current term. Justice Wright served a 7-year tenure on the Supreme Court. After receiving criticism regarding his opinion in ex parte Norris, is that a person? Justice Wright's conduct was investigated. This was obviously a pretext for removing him from the High Court. Justice Wright submitted his records. Okay. After leaving court, he moved to Charleston. So who the fuck is ex Pat Norris? Ex part Norris. What is that? Is that a person? What? This is ridiculous. Ooh, what's this? Whack. Whack. So this is about Jasper. Let's see. So yeah, it said on February 1870, the General Assembly elected Wright to be associate, blah, blah, blah. He served for almost 7 years, writing over 80 opinions. Most of his cases dealt with property or debt, but occasionally Wright addressed the rights of freedom and the issue of discrimination. In one case, ex parte Norris, Wright reversed his earlier opinion on the legitimacy of the election of Governor Wade Hampton. When Democrats launched impeachment proceedings against him in 1877, Wright resigned. Oh, so there it is. We got to the bottom of it. So whoever the fuck, like, Is this the name of the case? Am I tripping? Am I like being an idiot right now? Like, what is ex parte? This sounds like a person, like with Norris, but I don't know what the fuck ex parte is or ex part. Said is in one case, ex parte Norris right reversed his earlier opinion on the legitimacy of the election of Governor Wade Hampton. So he thought that shit was, illegitimate. So that's what happened. So that motherfucker was in concurrence to the shit, and then he spoke out against it. Oh, it's a title copy. Because I'm over here losing my fucking mind. I'm like, what? And what is that? It's a proceeding? Why the fuck would they name it that? I don't know. I have no idea. That's why we need to chat, because I don't be knowing. I don't know everything. I definitely never studied law, so no idea. So basically, it seems like this type of proceeding is him reversing his earlier opinion or whatever he said, I guess, under oath or whatever the fuck. And Democrats peeped that shit, and then after he changed his opinion, they launched the impeachment proceedings on his ass. Okay. So it just seems like he ain't really want to fight them for real. Like he ain't want to go up against them. All right, for sure. So yeah, got that. Who else did we have on the list? I want to say there's a woman named Charlotte Ray. We can get into that. Let me close all of these. And don't trip. Like you already know, I always gonna have the links in the description so you guys can read it on your own. And this was a letter written by Macon. So it was Charlotte. Oh my goodness, not Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, I think it's E. Ray. Yeah, Charlotte E. Ray. Let's get into that. So, we're gonna give Black Pass Cart first dibs on the links. But yeah, this is said to be a letter written by Macon. I wanted to check that out. Let's see. This was he was writing it to Mr. Garrison. I guess is this Lloyd Garrison that he's talking about? Dear sir, an incident occurred at the late anti-slavery convention in Faneuil Hall on Thursday last in relation to myself, which I think proper for me to notice. I should have sought an explanation of it at the time, but the convention being almost in the act of finally adjourning, and every moment seeming to be required to the dispatch of their business, I did not wish to interrupt them. When papers were being circulated for pledges of persons not to sustain the government in any event in the present war with Mexico, a gentleman whom I do not know came to me and pressed me to sign one of them. Feeling that I could not sign the paper and wishing, without touching the merits of the subject, to give him my most prominent reason for declining, I softly told him that I was under oath to support the laws of the country and must therefore be excused. It is generally known, I presume, that a lawyer has to take this oath before he can be admitted to practice. To my great surprise, a few minutes after this, I heard this gentleman, in answer to some questions as to his progress in getting signatures, openly announce that the whole house that I had refused to sign the pledge. Now I assume primarily that in the fact itself, whether I did or did not sign the pledge, there was not, nor could there be, nor could there possibly be the slightest importance not equally applicable to the like action on the party of any other person of that convention. And I charge that the conduct of that gentleman towards me was highly indecorous. What? Fire word. Indecorous? I'm fucking with that. It was a breach of good manners and conventional usage, and a wanton disregard of one's feelings, which I did not expect would be committed by anyone who had any duty assigned him so respectable a meeting. Why was he thus personal, singling out an individual? Did he wish to hold me up to the public animadversion? Animadversion. All right. Upon his partial statement, did he wish to make it appear that I care not for the condition of the slave? If so, my own conscience acquits me of any. Oh, damn it. Gotta zoom back out. Damn it. Come on. There we go. My conscience acquits me of any such imputation. Though not in the habit of declaring what sentiments I entertain, deeming it of little consequence, I trust that it will not seem presumptuous if I embrace this occasion thus brought about to say that I sympathize as strongly with my brethren in bonds, with whom I am identified in almost every particular, as my nature, not a cold one, enables me to do, and according to the light that is in me, and my humble ability, am ever ready and willing to do all I can for their amelioration. The cause of the colored man in whatever section of our country, especially, is really my own cause. And it would be monstrous indeed if I did not regard it. I ask my friends who may have been prejudiced against me by the course of the gentleman to be assured that there is no cause for such prejudice. With great respect, Macon B. Allen. All right. He's just letting people know. Not fucking with it. Not fucking with it. He's slandered my name. Like, why the fuck did he single me out? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just doing my motherfucking job. I'm standing on my oath. I'm standing on what the fuck I'm supposed to do. And in the middle of the motherfucking spot, you gonna call me out like a bitch. Like, nah. So he wrote. He was like, nah. Please explain to me why this shit is kosher, because it's not. You motherfuckers violated. Motherfuckers violated. For real. Oh, for sure was right. Macon was pissed. You feel me? Macon was pissed. All right, so let's learn about Charlotte E. Ray. We're going to learn about that next. I ain't going to lie. This is where, like, the pen being mightier than the sword really is, like, taking shape. O for show says, I would have been thriving in this era, writing nasty letters. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And, like, the language that they had, you know, during the 19th century, all the, like, indecorous is fire. Calling somebody indecorous is fire. I've never heard of that word, but it's fire, and I immediately understood it. Being very indecorous right now. Charlotte E. Ray, okay, was the first black woman attorney in the United States and the first woman to practice law in Washington, D.C. Ray was born on January 13th, 1850 in New York City to her mother, Charlotte Augusta Burroughs Ray. She married a nanny, and her father, a prominent abolitionist, Charles Bennett Ray, who also served as pastor of the Bethesda Congregational Church and as editor of one of the first newspapers published by and for Black Americans, The Colored American. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know The Colored American. Look at me sounding like I lived back then. And somebody telling me that they read The Colored American. Like, oh yeah, I know them. Ray attended one of the few schools in the country that educated Black American girls. Myrtilia Minor's Institution for the Education of Colored Youth in Washington, D.C. Is Myrtilia Minor a white woman? Let's see. We be learning so much. That's what I be loving about people, yo. When we be reading about the ancestors, their story be chock full of other just historic shit. Like, not only is their story alone historic, the things inside their story is historic. So let's see. Is this the woman? Oh yeah, nah, she's definitely a white woman. A ghoul. She looked like a demon for real in that painting or that drawing. I'm not gonna hold you. Whoever drew this, bro, like, how are you not afraid, bro? This is a fucking scary. This shit look like a composite sketch of a murder suspect, like a serial killer. Why did you draw the eyes that fucking big and dark, bro? What the hell? This shit is, imagine this picture being like, imagine this person standing over your bed and shit like that while you sleeping. You open your eyes and you see this shit. You lose your fucking mind. This is a crazy fucking sketch of this person. And it's this picture right here. That's the shit that's fucked up. Like, the picture, the regular actual photograph don't look that bad. Or the regular illustration is not that bad. But this shit is fucking crazy, bro. This is nightmare fuel. Jeez. Whoever drew this shit, don't draw it again. Please. Yikes. So anyway, she had a school for black girls. So she had a school for black girls. Let's see. Let's go back to the no, it's not that. No, let's go back to the other thing. Cause I do want to read about this school really quickly. All right, come on, man, with the nonsense. Legit, yo. That looked like a witch, bro. The dig at Howard University. That sounds new black. I'm not gonna lie. Minor normal school. Let's just go with that. National. It's a government site. All right. Come on. We gotta find the site. Let's go real quick. Of course, I picked this one because I'm a glutton for punishment. Okay. I just only want to read about the schools. This shit. Yeah, we're not reading this whole shit right now. Let's see. Here we go. On December 3rd, 1851, Ms. Minor began teaching 6 students in a small room, about 14 square feet square, in the frame house owned and occupied by a black American man in Washington, D.C., present-day corner of 11th and Washington Avenue. At the time, slavery was legal in the District of Columbia, but the Compromise of 1850 had banned the slave trade in the city. Due to intense racial prejudice, her greatest obstacle was funding a permanent location for the school. The local opposition necessitated 3 moves within 2 years. Finally, in 1853, Minor found a permanent venue for her school, known as the Normal School for Colored Girls. Prior to the Civil War, Minor's school offered the only education beyond the elementary level available to black Americans in Washington, D.C. All right. Well, shout out to her for that. So that's where Charlotte Ray went. Got it. That's where Charlotte went to school. So shout out to that school. Shout out to Myrtilia Minor. But definitely I hope that you was able to beat that artist's ass. Hopefully you didn't die and then they drew that shit, because I would have been on their ass. You draw me like a motherfucking spirit or some type of demon, we gonna have a problem. Let's see. She graduated in 1869. That same year, Ray began teaching at Howard University, just 2 years after the HBCU was established. That's what I'm talking about. One of the originals. While on the Harvard faculty, she was accepted into the newly established Howard School of Law, where she attended classes in the evenings. She graduated her Howard Law degree on February 27th, 1872. 72 was a big year for black lawyers, from what I'm seeing, as its first woman graduate. So she's the first woman to graduate from here, from Howard, well, at least Howard Law, setting the fucking, you know what I'm saying, the setting the trend. Let's see. Although women were not members of the bar of the District of Columbia, Ray took her bar exams at C.E. Ray, as C.E. Ray, securing her admission to the bar without disclosing that she was a woman. Come on. Come on. Thinking on her feet. Thinking on her feet. Don't worry about it. That's my name, and I'm glad she didn't even lie. She didn't even make up a name. She was just like, no, I'm C.E. Ray. Because that's how everybody fucking, do their names in this shit. Especially if you an author or somebody of note. You going to put the first two initials of your name and then your last name. So she did that right. That's what's up. That was thinking on her feet. That was smart. In 1872, Ray opened a law practice specializing in commercial law in Washington, D.C. That's what's up. One of her most recognized cases was her representation of Martha Gadley, a black American woman who petitioned for divorce from an abusive husband. Gadley's petition was denied in 1875, but Ray agreed to take the case on appeal to the District of Columbia Supreme Court. She successfully overturned the lower court's ruling by arguing that the husband's habitual drunkenness and extreme violence endangered his wife's life and entitled her to divorce. That's what's up. That's what's up. And that is very interesting because of, who she is. So she's a black woman who is a lawyer. So other black women knowing this, because you got to remember, she is the first black woman lawyer. Like, that's not an option before her. So every person that, what was her name? Martha. Every person that Martha was going to before she went to Charlotte were a bunch of men, black or white. And they were telling her like, yo, no, you don't have any grounds to divorce him. Unfortunately, you're just going to have to deal with the drunkenness and then the extreme violence. That's what a bunch of men told her before Charlotte came around. You feel me? It was denied. Well, her petition was denied in 1875. So I don't know. It seems like it was one petition. So she got denied that once. And then I would have to assume Ray seen the case, heard about the case or whatever, and she picked it up and took that shit to the Supreme Court. So shout out to that. Like, that's literally a judicial girl's girl. Like, she really held it down for sis, for real. Because nobody else would even listen to Martha. You feel me? She's being abused at the crib by her drunk husband. And everybody just like, well, you just got to stick through. You got to love your husband. And Charlotte was like, yo, what the fuck are y'all talking about? I'll take your case and we're going to fucking get this shit, taken care of. Let's see. Despite her success, Ray was unable to obtain sufficient cases for representation, so she subsequently closed her practice in 1879 and returned to New York City to work as a teacher in the Brooklyn public school system. Ray was an active advocate for social justice. She attended the National Women's Suffrage Association's annual convention in New York City in 1876, and she joined the National Association of Colored Women, the ANCW, in 1895. In 1897, she relocated to the Woodside neighborhood in Queens, where she lived until her death on January 4th, 1911, at the age of 60. Ray's contribution to the practice of law continued well after her death. There are at least 2 annual awards given in her name. The annual Charlotte E. Ray Award from the Greater Washington Area chapter of the Women Lawyers Division of the National Bar Association, and the MCCA Charlotte E. Ray Award presented to a woman lawyer for her exceptional achievements in the legal profession and extraordinary contribution to the advancement of women in the profession. So she definitely held it down. She did her thing. She definitely rocked out. Let's see if we can get some more intimate information about her, some stories. We got one story. Shout out to Martha. She got Martha free from that abusive asshole. Defender Services Office. That don't really sound too interesting. What's going on, Alchemist? Crystal says that's what happens when you got haters. They draw you looking crazy. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Do we have a picture outside of that? Because I know these is not her. I can tell you right now, these is not her. Just based upon the time in which she lived, I know this is not her. That is an AI photo of this photo. Wait, am I wrong? Am I bugging? This is the African American. Hold on, because this is. Let me see. They saying this is her, so I've been talking out of turn. Let me see. Let's see. We gotta double check, because motherfuckers just be saying shit is the shit. It could have been her here too, and they do kind of match up. Come on. No. Why are you not doing what I wanted to do? There we go. See, AI saying, see, look, man, this is what I'm talking about, man. See, listen, this is how you know I be knowing, man. I really do this shit. They was lying again. This is what Google be doing. This is a whole different person. And look. See, I knew I wasn't tripping. When was this picture taken? Picture taken? Does it say? 1921. Come on now. Come on, man. She died in Charlotte died in 1911. This picture was taken 10 years after Charlotte died. Come on. I'm on it, son. Like, I knew it. They almost had me second guessing. I'm like, nah, wait. This picture was during the late 19th century. This picture does not look like a late 19th century photo whatsoever. Come on, man. I can spot them. I can eyeball the work. Come on now. I can eyeball the work. I know what I'm looking at. This is Sadie T.M. Alexander. She was the first African-American woman to receive a PhD in economics. Economics, not law. Come on, man. And she died in 89. Come on, man. Y'all got to be able to peep it. You can't fall for the pimping. Google will tell you, especially when it comes to Black history, these motherfuckers will tell you these people be people, and it don't be these people. It don't ever be these people, yo. This shit happens so many different times. Now, what about this one? Is this her? This looks like this looks like a picture taken in the 20s too. Is this her? Because I'm not believing no TikTok. I mean, you can, hold on. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I hope y'all seeing the process that I'm taking when you verifying pictures. Yeah. Marianne Anderson. Lying again. Come on. You see how they just put pictures on people? They're just like, oh yeah, this is that. Now imagine this issue, right? Now we gotta also deal with AI images. And y'all, I'm telling y'all, this is why I say what I say. Motherfuckers is lying on actual photos. So imagine when motherfuckers is putting AI photos in the mix. And you see motherfuckers is going for it. And you see motherfuckers is falling for it. You see motherfuckers is believing it. So please believe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, it's going to be way worse. Look at this shit. This is a whole shit. Oh, Fake History Hunter. Shout out to them. They followed me. I don't know if I told y'all that, but they follow me on Twitter. You feel me? So is that all we have for Charlotte Ray, man? I wanted to know a little bit more. Britannica may give us a little bit more. Man, let's see. I guess we can go to Britannica. I guess. 100 years from now, they're going to use a picture of Jacob the Silent and say it's you. All right. Let's see. She studied at the Institution for the Education of Colored Youth. We know that already. Yeah, they ain't gave us nothing. They ain't gave us nothing on Charlotte. Let me go to the back, because I knew there was other stuff about her that I had. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is another book. It seems like a primary source to, once it loads up. Yeah, noted Negro women, their triumphs and activities. There we go. Primary source on y'all asses, man. Okay, so says under the extensively treated subject, Women Lawyers in Daughters of America by Mrs. Phoebe A. Hannaford is found this glowing tribute to our own Charlotte E. Ray. Oh, can I download this whole book? Please say yes. Yes! This will be added to the library. I tell y'all all the time that it's about half a dozen to a dozen books that I add to my library every week, right? And y'all are seeing me in real time. This book right here is going to be added right to the Hotep History Digital Library. The whole book. This is called Noted Negro Women, Their Triumphs and Activities by M.A. Majors. And then inside of Charlotte E. Ray's short bio here, they're talking about another book, Daughters of America by Miss Phoebe A. Hannaford. So we got to look into that real quick. Daughters of America. And it was a Hannaford? Is that how you spell it? Yep. Daughters of America, Women of the Century. Boom. And I think we do have, yes, sir. Come on now. Yeah. Come on now. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. So that's 2 books. So that's Phoebe Hannaford. Yep. Phoebe Hannaford. And look, I want y'all to peep. So this is obviously Phoebe's book, right? But look how they spell her name in this joint. Where is it? Phoeba. And she spells her name Phebe here. So, yep. So, I'm going to show y'all how you do this. So, this is them claiming, talking about Charlotte, right? So, let's see. Let's corroborate in real time. So if Phoebe talked about Charlotte, it should be in this book. As they said it's in this book. So let's see. The last time this was stamped in 1975. This book was published in 1883. All right. So while that's searching, we'll go back. Oh, her middle name. Okay, Phoebe Ann Hannaford. I'm gonna say something going on. Cause my phone been jumping. What's going on, son? Let's load. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get a move on. You feel me? All right. This shit is taking forever. But that's dope though. So we added two new books in this episode alone. No, I think so far, two new books. So far, two new books. But I'm dead ass about that. Like I really do. I really be having these books in my digital library, man. And it's really like a time capsule for real. Because while I do have history books, most of my books are just from history. That's really what it is. Like most of the books are just from history. And that's the reason why, like, I be having like a larger understanding of the context of the time because of all of the different perspectives that I'm reading. Right? So this book was published when? I know it says it in the book, but I don't want to leave the page just yet. So it says, so here's what Phoebe had to say about Charlotte. In the city of Washington, where a few years ago, colored women were bought and sold under sanction of law, a woman of African descent has been admitted to practice at the bar of the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia. Miss Charlotte E. Ray, who has the honor of being the first lady lawyer in Washington, is a graduate of law of the Law College of Howard University and is said to be a dusky mulatto. Possessing quite an intelligent countenance. She doubtless has also a fine mind and deserves success. Okay. Her special endowments make her one of the best lawyers on corporations in the country. Her eloquence is commendable for her sex in the courtroom, and her legal advice is authoritative. I knew that they meant like her actual classification as sex, but like that sentence is crazy. Her eloquence is commendable for her sex in the courtroom. But I get what they mean, like for the women. You dig? All right, so that was about Charlotte. Let me go to the next one. So yeah, this is I think this is just showing her in, that role at Howard. Not like, illustration, but her name being in the roles. I want to say. Yeah, her name. Charlotte E. Ray. So yeah, it's just showing all of the different names. Let's see. This course of study embraces the subject of international constitutional law. Okay. In the various branches of common law, equity, and admiralty. The textbooks used will be mainly following first year Walker's Introduction to American Law, Blackstone's Commentaries, Kent's Commentaries, Smith on Contracts. So these are what the Howard Law students were reading. So the first year they're reading this. The second year they're reading Greenleaf on Evidence, Hilliard on Torts, Washburn on Real Property, Williams on Real Property, Parsons on Bills and Notes, Stephen on Pleading, Adams Equity, Bishop on Criminal Law. The students study, or recitations, the students study and make regular recitations from the textbooks indicated, each being required to furnish his own books. The recitations and other exercises are held from 5 to 8 o'clock p.m. with special reference to the needs and opportunities of those who are engaged during the business hours of the day in clerical and other pursuits. Wow. So we get to learn how the law students in Howard were, getting their shit off. This seems to be early 20th century. If I had to guess, it'd be like in the late teens, early 20s, maybe the 30s. So this is 51, right? Let's go to 1. Let's see if how correct I was. So this is the catalog of the officers and students of Howard University, District of Columbia. Damn, 1871. I was way off. Way off. Way off. Okay, cool. So this is fire. This is a great find too. Can I download this whole shit? No, I can only download page by page, and I'm not doing that. But way off. 1870. Jeez, I said early 20th century. I largely attributed that to the white paper. Usually in 19th century books, you're going to see like yellow pages. This was photocopied, so I should have actually accounted for that. But yeah, 1870. Got it. Let's go back to the 50s. Yeah, there we go. So this is Howard's law department. This is fire. Let's see. Let's read a little bit more. During each term, special courses of lectures on the different branches of the law will be delivered, and the lectures and subjects will be announced from time to time. Forensic exercises. Forensic exercises are held under the superintendence of the dean of the department on one evening of each week for the benefit of members of the junior class. These exercises consist of orations, both extemporaneous and written debates and essays upon legal topics, and in connection therewith, a special attention is given to instruction in composition, elocution, and the essentials of correct and effective speaking. So you got to be able to get your shit off in the court. Got it. Moot courts are also held each week at which causes previously assigned are conducted and argued by members of the senior class. This court is organized with a view to the thorough drill of students and the practical preparation and argument of cases. The students acting as counsel are required to draw all papers and pleadings incident to the institution and conduct of the cause, and to deliver a carefully and thoroughly prepared argument. The library of the department consists of elementary and other works of the law for the use of all the students, but more especially for the use of members of the senior class and practice in the moot court. They was like, yeah, the seniors get privilege. They get preferential treatment when it comes to the fucking library. Get used to it. The course of study occupies 2 years, and the sessions of each year are regulated as follows. The first session begins on the first Monday of October and ends on the second Friday of February. The second session begins on the Monday after the second Friday of February and ends on the last Friday of June. Tuition. The charge per year is $50. So $50. The charge per year is $50. If paid monthly, $45. If paid for the whole course in advance, $80. Damn, you got to pay more if you pay the whole thing. Well, okay, no. I get it. It's supposed to be for 2 years. No, I'm tripping. No, it's $80 for the whole year. Well, no, the course would be 2 years, right? So yeah, you get a $20 discount. Where's Sammy at? What's $50 in 1870? 1871. $50 in 1871. That's interesting. Because you get to pay for your entire education. So am I reading this right? That you had to just go to law school for 2 years and then you was a lawyer? Is that how long you got to go to school now? Am I tripping? I don't know. I don't know shit about academia for real. Let me know. How long you got to go to law school in 2025 to become a lawyer? Because Howard is pushing out lawyers in 1871 in 2 years. Talk to me, chat. I don't know. I don't be knowing. Y'all got to hit me to the game. It don't sound, I've never heard of anybody becoming a lawyer in 2 years. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But Yeah. So $50 in 1871, and then let me know what's the average, like the average amount of schooling you have to get to be able to become a lawyer. You know, to be able to pass the bar and all of that. Like, let me know. 6 to 8 years. This is what I'm talking about. So these they said 2 sessions. That's it. The course of study occupies 2 years, and the sessions of each year are regulated as follows. Like this, you only had to go to law school for 2 years, fucking with Howard in 1871. Yep. So, yeah, okay. Law school is 3 years. Sammy says $50 in 1870 is worth $1,236. So pretty much 2,400. 2,400 adjusted for inflation. That's how you know the 70s really fucked us up when it comes down to wages and shit not going up with the professions and shit, because adjusted for inflation, okay, is only $2,400 to become a lawyer. $2,400. Could you imagine? I know fucking like tech bros and financial gurus who charge more than that for their courses on how to get rich or how to build an app or whatever the fuck. $50 a year for 2 years. If you pay for both years up front, you get a 20% discount. You feel me? If you paid it monthly, you pay $45 for the year. You feel me? That's fire. And it's clear that your practice, you feel me, is going to be able to do what you need to do. But I don't know, so let me keep reading. All students who pursue the course of study prescribed in this department and comply with the regulations of the university, otherwise, upon passing a satisfactory examination, will receive a degree of Bachelor of Laws, and upon motion may be admitted to the bar of the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia. No degree can be conferred, however, until all books are returned to the library and all dues to the university discharged. Obviously. Yeah, I don't know. If y'all telling me that's how it is today, I'm hearing or I'm reading says, yeah, it's undergrad, law school after that. That's a lot of school. 4 years undergrad and 3 years law school if you're full-time student, so 7 years total. I ain't gonna hold y'all that Howard wasn't on that shit. You feel me? So I mean, at the end of the day, unless y'all telling me that they have to go to college before they go to this part of college, like this law school of college, because I don't know how academia work like that for real. So I'm just thinking you graduate from college and you just go to Howard Law, but clearly that's not how it works. You feel me? Clearly that's not how it works. But I don't know everything about the world. I didn't go to no college like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how college works. I'm gonna be totally honest. Like I know like the basic, parameters of college and shit like that, and you gotta go, to school to go to school to get your degree or whatever profession and shit. But I don't know what it, if what y'all are saying is what they're still doing. You feel me? Like, are y'all saying that they had to go and graduate from Howard first or graduate from a college first and then go to Howard University Law School? Is that what y'all saying? Like in this context in 1870. I don't know. I'm asking. So yeah. This is fire. This was a good find. Because they talking about the medical department. This is dope. Do I even want to read this book anymore? So she would be on page. God, jeez, how many pages does this book have? She's on page 635. Let's just see if it looks any different. I don't know. I quit after undergrad. It's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't go to college. I did like some community college or some shit, but I ain't go to college for real. The only real college experiences that I have is me going to campuses of my friends and partying with them all week. Cause college kids parties like it's Friday on a fucking Tuesday. So yeah, 635 is the page. 635. All right, so 635. She says she talks about her. Yep. Mm-hmm. There we go. In the District of Columbia, Mrs. B.A. Lockwood was admitted in 1870 and Charlotte E. Ray in 1872 on graduating from Howard University. That's all they had to say about her? Did they lie? Because I ain't see none of that shit they just wrote that they said, Phoebe said. Nah. That's it. Am I tripping? I ain't gonna call the ancestors a liar, but I don't remember. I don't see Phoebe saying nothing about Charlotte other than, yeah, she graduated from Howard. 1872. Interesting. I'm not seeing any other mention of Charlotte E. Ray in the yeah, no, not seeing it. Charlotte Cushman, not Charlotte E. Ray. Oh, wait, hold on. What about this page? Oh, that ain't shit. We already did that already. I was going backwards. Oh, wait, here we go. Here it is. Miss Charlotte E. Ray, who has the honor of being the First Lady Lord. Yeah, this is it right here. A dusky mulatto. Yeah, okay. So they did write about it. I was like, damn, what is the damn primary source? All right. Who else we got? Oh, yeah, we still got more Macon stuff, I think. Thank you. Hey, yo, do me a favor, y'all. Go to patreon.com/Hotep History and subscribe. Like, do that real quick. I'm trying to see some shit. So go ahead to patreon.com/Hotep History and make sure you're subscribing there. I got a dope ass documentary dropping this weekend. You definitely don't want to miss it. Crystal says, me too for show. And it took me like 5.5, 6 years for a degree. I have never worked in a field in what I got my degree in. Luckily, I don't have student debt. That's a fact. That's facts. Facts, Crystal. For sure. Facts, Crystal. I'm working in a completely different field. All right, for sure. Can I download this full thing? No. But on this page, we have a Macon bowling of the city of Boston in the county of Suffolk may take the name of Macon Bowling Allen and shall be hereafter known and be called by that name as his only proper and legal name to all intents and purposes. So this is like his name change. Got you. This act shall take effect from and after its passage. Approved by the governor, January 20th, 1844. Wow. All right. There was somebody else that I seen. Yeah, there we go. We got another Black Pass link. All right, here we go. So we got Robert Morris Sr. Okay. Here we go. So Robert Morris Sr. became, let's scroll on down. Robert Morris became one of the first black lawyers in the United States after being admitted to the Massachusetts bar in 1847. Morris was born in Salem, Massachusetts on June 8, 1823. At an early age, Morris had some formal education at Master Dodge's School in Salem. With the agreement of his family, he became the student of Ellis Gray Loring, a well-known abolitionist and lawyer. All right. Shortly after starting his practice in Boston, Morris became the first black lawyer to file a lawsuit on behalf of a client in the history of the nation. Okay. A jury ruled in favor of Morris's client. Come on. Big wins. Big wins. Though the details of the trial are unknown, Morris, however, recorded his feelings and observations about his first jury trial. Let's go. Primary source. There was something in the courtroom that made me feel like a giant. Come on, talk to him, Robert. The courtroom was filled with colored people, and I could see expressed on the faces of every one of them a wish that I might win the first case that had ever been tried before a jury by a colored attorney in this country. And he smoked that shit. Made history. What year was this? They don't say the year. But definitely early 19th century. So shout out to Robert Morris Sr. Who does he look like? He looks like somebody, and I can't place it. Tell me, y'all tell me. Y'all know who I'm thinking about. Actor? Would it be an actor? I think it's an actor. I can't place the person, though. They look just like him, though. But anyway, vehemently opposed to slavery, he worked with William Lloyd Garrison, Ellis Loring, and Wendell Phillips, and others to oppose the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Not surprised. On February 15th, 1851, with the help of Lewis Hayden, Robert Morris managed to remove from the courthouse newly arrested fugitive slaves Shadrach. It's like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Like, is that how you spell it? Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I never read about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I've only heard my mother and my granny and them say that shit. I never looked at the story. I know Crystal gonna tell me. I know O for sure gonna tell me. Tell me about the story about them. I only know those three names. I totally forgot the context and even which my mom even said those names. I just remember those three names: Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Am I saying them names right? You know I grew up in the church, but I be forgetting. All right, yo, don't play with me. Like, come on, son. Because I could up some black history that y'all don't know, so don't play with me. Just help me, okay? Help me. Don't harm me. You feel me? Do more help than harm. Tell me the story. Like, come on. Just tell me the short, like, give me the short version of the story. I just know those three names. I never looked into the story, gang. Anyway, he managed to remove from the courthouse newly arrested fugitive slave Shadrach and helped him get to Canada in freedom. Arrests were made, but Morris and the others were acquitted of the charges. By the early 1850s, Robert Morris was appointed a justice of the peace and was admitted to practice before U.S. district courts. He occasionally served as a magistrate in courts in Boston and nearby Chelsea, Massachusetts. Although these were not high judicial offices, his service gave him the distinction of being the first black American to have exercised some judicial power. With the Civil War began, with the Civil War began. Oh yeah, with the Civil War began, Morris welcomed President Abraham Lincoln's call for volunteers, but objected to enlistment of black Americans unless they received fair and equal treatment and were offered positions as officers. He helped in the recruitment of the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, the first officially sanctioned black American unit in the U.S. Army, but he continued to speak out against discrimination against them and other black soldiers. Robert Morris died in Boston. Robert Morris died in Boston on December 12, 1882, at the age of 59. He was survived by his wife and son. Okay. Yeah, so we can just look him up again. Oh, here we go. Crystal and O for show. Here we go. So they were 3 Hebrew boys who were thrown in a fiery furnace but do not burn. They refused idol worship, and the king sentenced them to death in a furnace. God saved them. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. See, I knew the names. Like, come on, son. Like, yeah, come on. Give me a fucking break, son. I be knowing. I really grew up like that. You know what I'm saying? See, I forgot about more Christianity than a lot of these people be even knowing for real. Like, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Like, come on, son. I remember hearing them 3 names my whole life. My whole life. Oh man, let me live though. Let me live. He was in church doing everything but paying attention. You know that's right. What? You already know, son. See, I remember when, you know, the girls had the pastel dresses and the white shoes with the buckle, with the socks with the little frilly at the ankle. You feel me? Had their hair in the barrettes, and they had the braids coming down from the barrettes and all of that, son. Like, that's real 90s. Like, that's a 90s, like, that's like the perfect girl. When you 9 years old, 8 years old, 1998, and your church crush come in, you feel me? You got your hair cut, you know, you got the belt on, you got your dress shirt on, you looking good. You feel me? You feeling good. And then here come Ashley, son, walking in the church with her parents and all of that other shit. She got the braids, she got the little ribbons and you know, the what's that shit called? Barrettes and all of that in her hair. And she come through with the nice dress on and all of that. She mad nice to you. And then, you know, y'all sit next to each other at church, obviously. You feel me? You know, Sunday school in the morning, locking eyes. After church is over, you feel me? Like, during church, you know, you passing notes. I don't know if y'all gave it up like this, but y'all passing notes and all of that other stuff. And then church is over, and you already know candy is on me. Candy is on me. Get whatever you want. Get your chips. Get your juice. This is the 90s, so $1 is $1 million in the bodega as a kid. Are you kidding me? $1, me and another child can split $1 and be able to come out of the store with goodies. You hear me? 25-cent bag of chips, 25-cent juice, 50 cent soda if you got it like that. You feel me? All of the candy is anywhere between 5 and 10 cents each. You feel me? I'm Daddy Warbucks after church. You hear me? Now, I wasn't a trick. It was just Ashley. You feel me? Ashley is the only person outside of the bros, you know, my cousin and all that. And it's like, yeah, son, get whatever you want after church. Get whatever you want. What? Yeah. Thank you for the ice cream. You're welcome. It's nothing. It's nothing. Don't even mention it. Don't even mention it. And then, I don't know how y'all church gave it up, but you either was going to have second service or you went home, right? I mean, you either gonna have second service and you gonna go to the restaurant, or you gonna go to the restaurant after first service and there's no second service. Boy, when I'm telling you, seating was everything at the diner. Old Country Buffet. Yeah, I don't know if y'all did that. I don't know if y'all did that after church. I don't know if y'all went to the Old Country Buffet after church. I don't know. I don't know if y'all grew up as real niggas. All I'm telling y'all is that I did. I remember, you know what I'm saying? We go to the corner store, I get the juice, I get the chips, like all of that. Then we all, and this is when you try to like strategize and try to get her to ride with your family, or you ride with her family and all of that other stuff. Parents ain't stupid. You know, this fat light-skinned nigga like my daughter, so it's like, be in my car. You know what I'm saying? And we go to motherfucking Old Country Buffet and all of that shit, and then we sitting next to each other at the Old Country Buffet, boy. Are you kidding me? Lit. 98 was a great year. You hear me? 98 was a great year. Fake holding hands under the table. What? Absolutely. Shout out to Ashley, wherever you are. Shout out to Ashley, man. Crystal says that was definitely one of the pivotal Bible stories from the Old Testament that we were told as children. That's a fact. Y'all being fast in the Lord's house. Not even. All wholesome. Nothing fast at all. If my parents read the note, it would have been above board. I like you too type stuff. You feel me? You look nice. You know what I mean? And he still remember her name. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to Ashley, man. For sure. Hope she's doing well, man. Hope she didn't fuck up her life. You feel me? For sure says, I hope Ashley is doing well. A love and impactful queen. Listen, man. Core memories, man. 1998 was a good year. 97, 98. You feel me? Matter of fact, now that y'all said that, now I gotta do it. Yeah, man. That was a good year, gang. I ain't even gonna hold you. I did not have a bad time at church. That's what it was. Cause it was 97, because 98 is when I started playing the drums and I had to sit on the pulpit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't sitting in the congregation after 98. That's a fact. It was 1997. Yeah. Yeah, man. Shout out to Ashley in 97. Hold on. I gotta play my joint now. I gotta play my joint. If you hip, you already know what I'm about to play. You already know what I'm about to play if you hip for real. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You know I had to play it one time. Man. That's how it's talking about me in church. And come on. Now be breathing. Come on. They get to introduce me. That was introduced in. Cause I ain't in the mood. I ain't in the dude, man. This for Ashley, y'all. This one for Ashley, man. Like St. Luke, this. Stupid. And not be treating it. Completely. It's something. Stupid. That's yeah, that's foolish. Louis, Phantom Gone, I hear, but do uh, no, with you, and or that, come on, Dom. Uh-huh. Y'all don't know nothing about it, man. I knew I was the nigga for the very first time in 1997. Yeah, man. Shout out to Ashley, man. Who else we got, man? Who else we got? Let me see. Who else we got? I knew it was another person. I had like an entire list of people. Where's that at? I be having to be cognizant of the overload pause on the RAM. I'd be more mindful, so I ain't be having a whole bunch of tabs up because apparently the tabs be like fucking up. So let me just go back to the list that I had. Who else we got? We gonna keep going gender for gender. So we had the last person we left off of was, did we leave off? Yeah, we left off on Morris, right? We left off on Morris. So let's get another woman in the mix. Let's get another woman in the mix. Let's see. I think this is it. Mm-hmm. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's go. Next one. So Violet Neatley Anderson. Okay. It says here, shout out to Black Pass as always. Says here, in 1926, Violet Neatley Anderson became the first black American female admitted to practice before the United States Supreme Court. Anderson was born on July 16, 1882, in London, England. Hold on, to Richard and Marie Neatley. The family immigrated to the United States and settled in Chicago when Anderson was a young child. So she's not even black American. Very interesting. Her peoples is from England. We gotta look into that. I didn't see a wiki for her though. Anyway, let's keep reading. She graduated from a Chicago high school in 1899, furthering her education at the Chicago Athenaeum. Yeah, I'm pronouncing that wrong. In the Chicago Seminar of Sciences. Violet Neatley married Albert Johnson in 1903. However, the marriage quickly ended in divorce. In December 1906, she married Dr. Daniel H. Henderson, a black American general practitioner, and she took his last name. Yeah. Okay. Like, is that not what she was supposed to do? Anyway, Anderson served as a courtroom reporter for 15 years before attending Chicago Law School. In 1920, Anderson graduated from law school and established a private practice after passing the bar and being licensed before the United States Eastern District of Illinois. Anderson was one of the first women of any race in the state of Illinois to engage in private practice or private law practice. In 1922, Anderson successfully defended a woman accused of murdering her husband. The courtroom success resulted in her being appointed to assistant prosecutor in Chicago. Yeah, see? She did it though. That woman killed her husband. Without a doubt. Yep. I mean, shout out to Violet for having her diddy bop, down the courtroom steps. But she killed that man. She killed that man. For sure, she killed that man. She was both the first black American and the first woman appointed to that post. She was admitted to practice before the U.S. Supreme Court on January 29th, 1926. In 1936, Anderson was an active force in lobbying the U.S. Congress for the passage of the Bankhead-Jones Act, which provided sharecroppers and tenant farmers with low-interest loans to buy small farms. Come on. Okay. The bill, designed to move poor agriculturalists from farm workers to farm owners, was signed into law in 1937 by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Anderson was a member of the Federation of Colored Women's Club. A member of the Federation of Colored Women's Clubs and the Chicago Council of Social Agencies. She also served as vice president of the Cook County Bar Association and was the 8th Grand Basileus president of Zeta Phi Beta sorority. Anderson died December 24th, Christmas Eve, 1937, in her Chicago home. Her will bequeathed her property at the all-black resort in Idlewild, Michigan, to her sorority. Very interesting that Idlewild comes up in this. If you subscribe to the Patreon, you will know why. The sorority, Zeta Phi Beta, continues to honor her legacy annually during the month of April with a Violet Anderson Day. That's fire. All right. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, for sure, kind of read my mind, and I kind of want to get into the ancestors' business a little bit. I want to get into the ancestors' business for the last hour of the show. Let's get into some murder trials. How y'all feeling about that? How y'all feeling about murder trial reports in the newspaper, huh? Let's get into that. That's what I want to do for the come on now. That's what I want to do for the last hour. I want to hear about some murder trials. Okay. We heard about a nice little handful of the lawyers and the lawyeresses. Let me stop. We learned a lot. And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I'm getting into a groove. Okay, I'm getting into a groove where there will be scripted content, like whether it be 30 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, talking about these topics. I may not go over everything that we went over on the live stream, but for my Patreon subscribers who want to be able to have a more concise watching experience and stuff like that, I'll have that for the Patreon subscribers. So make sure you're subscribing to the Patreon, patreon.com right here, patreon.com /Hotep History. There will be scripted videos anywhere between 20 minutes to 120 minutes about these topics. I am going to make a scripted video about black attorneys, black lawyers, and black judges in the black judicial system. And I'll include some of the murder trials or some of the trials that we uncover, that I uncover, but, even the ones that we uncover on stream. So it'll be, a nice video experience, a watching experience for you guys. Okay. So make sure you're subscribing to the Patreon for sure. Let's see. We got 1,348 hits. So let's see what we got here. Let's go through them. I love a good murder trial reporting. Let's see. Ohio lawyers will try a murder trial over the air, and every member of. Come on, verify that I'm a human, please. I'm trying to get to the story. Niggas be nosy on with the ancestors. You know that. We be all in their business. That's what I be looking like when it come down to the newspapers, yo. We be all in the ancestors' business. All right, what we got? Where murder trial to be broadcast on Ohio stations. Hold on. Attorney Ben B. Wickham, upper left, cross-examines Miss Elizabeth Winkler, upper right, in Ohio's first radio murder trial. What? Judge Carl V. Wangant, ugly name, of Cuyahoga County Court of Appeals, Cleveland. This is white on white, seems like. Do I have to put Negro? I figured since I was already, this is a black newspaper, that I didn't have to be so specific. But, you know, I don't really care about white murder trials. I'm trying to see what was going on. Do I have to add the word Negro? You know what? I bet you if I typed in murder husband, oh, for sure, be all in the chat. Huh? She love a good murdered husband, boy. It's all good. Nah, because if I started upping news stories, of husbands taking their wives out, then the chat gonna sound a little bit different. Crystal and O for sure gonna be like, oh, he terrible for doing that. But let a woman get fed up enough. You hear me? Let a woman get fed up enough. And the husband getting sold. Wake it up. Man, y'all too much, man. Y'all gotta give the men's a break. Y'all gotta give the men's a break. Y'all too hard on them. You understand? You too hard on them. Lay off the black men. Lay off the ancestral men. You hear me? Lay off. They just doing their best out here. And I want to get to the mess. I ain't even going to hold you. I want to get to the ancestral mess. What we got. What's this? Decision left with judge. International tribunal is compared with unsatisfactory case of hypnotism in murder trial. Oh, shit. Short little article. Let's see. PJ Kokorin, of the Western Aviation Circus, said at a recent banquet in Salt Lake, quote, the International Tribunal has decided against us in the Graham White claim. Well, that International Tribunal was always unsatisfactory anyway. It is almost as bad as the hypnotist in the murder trial. In the days when hypnotism figured in every murder trial, a famous hypnotist offered to hypnotize the prisoner and get a confession out of him. This offer was accepted. Motherfuckers were using hypnotists in court? Oh my goodness. Nah, dog. This is why I be talking about. When it come to certain shit, in the past, motherfuckers was backwards as a motherfucker. Could y'all imagine a motherfucker being like, Your Honor, I call the hypnotist, and it's hypnotizing the fucking suspect and being like, tell us you murdered it. You know what I'm saying? This offer was accepted. Accordingly, after a thrilling scene in the courtroom, the accused man fell back stiffly in a trance. The hypnotist ceased the weird movements of his white hands, and there was a tense pause. Well, said the judge in a low voice, you've hypnotized him, haven't you? What are you waiting for? I am waiting, the hypnotist answered. till you tell me whether I'm to make him confess that he did it or make him confess that he didn't. Oh my goodness. What the hell? This is insane. Motherfuckers were using hypnotists in court? What? Insane. Insane. Dog, imagine your family member is on trial for murder. The prosecution brings out a fucking hypnotist to be like, yeah, just confess that you did it. And the motherfucker really do it, because this is the fucking 19th century, early 20th century. So motherfuckers is just in that bitch. Oh my God. What we got here? Greenville, South Carolina, Greenville, South Carolina, guilty of Hitlerite atrocities? Oh, what the hell? What the hell is this? When a jury of Greenville, South Carolina acquitted 28 white men at their mass murder trial a few days ago of charges that they lynched 23-year-old Willie Earl, they introduced and endorsed the Hitlerite atrocities upon the American continent. What? Such a verdict rendered in a supposedly highly civilized country is a disgrace not only upon the people of Greenville, South Carolina, but upon the people of America. It is not the real American way of dealing with a situation of this kind. The defense attorney in the mass murder trial said in reply to a statement from Attorney General Tom Clark that racial problems could not be solved by federal intervention, but the answer to such a problem was education for both white and colored people. A good place for the defense attorney to start his educational program for interracial betterment is with the jury in himself. Damn. For apparently there was no enlightenment or education in the verdict they rendered in Greenville, South Carolina's mass murder trial. To criticize Northern interference and for the North to constantly criticize the South will certainly not help the situation. On the contrary, it will only accelerate an already delicate situation. If America is to play the role of world leadership, certainly she cannot tolerate such personified atrocities as those that were committed in the little town of Greenville, South Carolina. We hope that the verdict that was given in this mass murder trial will be challenged by the highest court of the land, so that America will not find herself in the same like manner in which Germany, Italy, Japan are today. Damn. They got Willie Earl. Rest in peace, Willie Earl. That's crazy. What else we got? Let's go. We just going through them. Next new tab. Yo, a courtroom hypnotist is still crazy, son. Let's see. The Canary murder case at Lincoln Theater. That's a fucking play or a movie or whatever. We good on that. Let's see. The Matson murder trial? Is that another fucking Broadway show? This is the Matson murder trial of Topeka, Kansas. The Matson murder trial commenced here on the 4th and ending in a hung jury on the 13th. The jury standing 11 conviction and 1 for acquittal. Damn. This was in many respects one of the most remarkable murder trials ever held in this state. In the first place, there was not one particle of direct evidence against Nevels, the defendant, the circumstantial evidence was so gauzy that it was almost the unanimous opinion, both white and black, that the jury would be out but a few moments before returning a verdict of not guilty. The case was well handled on both sides, and every inch of ground was contested with great earnestness. But there was manifest the greatest desire on the part of the sheriff and chief of police to convict Nevels, who they seem to be pursuing with the most malignant, most malignant hate, and many of the methods alleged to have been used by them to extort confessions from him are soundly denounced on all hands. Among other things, it came out in evidence that he had been conned for many weeks in the sweatbox and tortured by heat and cold in the attempt to force him to confess that he committed the murder of Mrs. Matson or knew who did it. Unfortunately for Nevels, he was guilty of the unpardonable sin of having a white wife. Come on, Neville. Come on, man. Unfortunately for Nevels, he was guilty of the unpardonable sin of having a white wife against whose character not a shadow of suspicion could be brought, and whose modesty, intelligence, and brightness as a witness were such as to call forth words of praise from even his enemies. It came out in the evidence that the white wife business worked against him for all it was worth, and many mean attempts were made to try to induce her to testify against and send him to the penitentiary, that she might return to her own race and marry a white man. Oh my God. But at every point, she proved herself to be a woman and a wife. There was not one quintilla of convicting evidence against Nevels, and it is the firm belief of many that some of the witness for the state knows more about the killing of Mrs. Matson than Nevels. The instructions of Judge Hagan were most liberal and fair. Under those instructions and the law and evidence in the case, no honorable and fair-minded jury could have done other than bring in immediate verdict of not guilty. The impression is very general here that had Nevels been a colored man with a colored wife, he would have been acquitted on first ballot. Oh, so this is a white dude. Okay. In other words, he was tried for the murder of Mrs. Madsen, and an attempt was made to convict him for having an intelligent and honorable white wife. No. So he's a black man. Oh, they just saying if he was a black man with a black wife, they would have said that he was not guilty. But since he has a white wife, just like, fuck that, hang him. The standing of the jury was a great surprise to everyone, and the one fair-minded white people and to everyone, and the fair-minded white people here are more severe in denunciation of the ignorance, I guess it's a I think that's stupidity, or prejudice of the 11 white men than the color. Jeez, what the hell? There was one colored man on the jury, and he alone stood by the law and evidence and the instructions of Judge Hagan to the very last, and refused to assent to a false and disreputable verdict. Mr. James Jordan of North, how you gonna just say the juror's name? Of North Topeka was the colored juror, and the manly position he took and maintained throughout is most highly commended by the best element of people here without regard to color or race. Politics entered very largely into the case, and as strong as it may seem to the relentless persecution was conducted by the Republican officials. Wow. Some of whom are aspirants for re-election. See? Always. Okay? And the defense was carried on with great vigor by the populist ex-officials. It is plainly evident now on all hands that what was thought by our Republican friends to be a vote-catching game will prove to be very unfortunate for those officials who are seeking re-election upon their Matson murder record at the approaching primary election. That Mrs. Matson was most brutally murdered, there can be no doubt. That the cruel murderer should be convicted and punished, everybody agrees. But that Nevels is the guilty man or even knows anything about the case is a question of extreme doubt in the minds of the great majority. The bodies of three colored men have been found on the barren plains north of Mapimi in Mexico. The remains of those colonists who were brought here from Alabama several months ago. They escaped from the colony in their attempts to reach the United States, became lost in the Cacti Desert, and are supposed to have perished to lack of food and water. What? That's just a whole different part of the story. That's crazy. Yeah, man. 1895 with a white wife. Dangerous. Wait, fainting girls removed. What's this? A fire caused a panic in a Cincinnati factory, but no one is hurt. Thank God. June 21st, a panic among 200 men and girls employed in the cotton mills of Henry Perry's sons in Russell and Morgan Printing Works on Eggleston Avenue was caused by a fire which broke out today. The sounding of a good second and third alarm only increased the panic, and the police had to carry out a number of fainting girls. None were seriously injured, though several tried to jump from windows. All right, ladies. The hounds nearly tumbled us into the dirt with their rude gambols. In a moment, the whole plantation seemed alive, and Jack's favorite hunter, Laura, which had the freedom of the yard, came prancing into whatever. That shit is a bunch of shit. All right, let's see. Okay, let's see what this one is. This is in 1959. What we got here. Phoenix, Arizona. At least the newspaper is from Phoenix. Who this? Mrs. Sonja Williams McCoy follows in her mother's footsteps. Mrs. McCoy graduated from Phoenix Union High School in 1954. Second generation of nurses. That's what's up. Who's this? John L. Edwards was recently appointed as sales representative of the Arizona Land Corporation. He is the first Negro with the firm and also is the first one dealing primarily in stock sales. Let's zoom in. Stock sales in the entire state of Arizona. Mr. Edwards has been a teacher at the Percy L. Julian School for the past 3 years. He is a graduate. He's a graduate of Ball State Teachers College, and he was granted a master's degree from Arizona State University 2 weeks ago. Mr. Edwards and his wife Mavis reside, and then you go give the address. Ooh, beauty winners. 2 beautiful Negro girls won beauty titles competing with white finalists. Okay. In the Midwest, Nancy Street, 19, sophomore, was voted Miss Indiana University at Bloomington. She said she took her prayer book along for courage. A speech and theater major, Nancy will enter the state contest. Left, a similar feat happened in Sacramento, California. Stunning secretarial student Pat Williams, 18, was numb with delight as she was announced Miss Sacramento. Both girls hope to vie for the Miss America title if they can hurdle their state rivals. Damn, Nancy, she was shocked, wasn't she? Wasn't she shocked? She was shocked. She didn't know she was going to win it, I guess. I ain't gonna lie to you now, Pat. I'm gonna accept the fact that they're calling her a Negro woman. Okay? I'm gonna take their word for it. You see, Nancy, she black. Nancy, first of all, her name is Nancy Street, which is fire. But the photographer was dead wrong for that. This was in 1959. They could have taken another picture of her. That's some colorist shit. You got this light skin. Man, don't get me started. All right, let's get to the murder trial. The first degree murder trial of Vera Whipple. 23-year-old mother and Honor Robinson. First name being Honor is fire. Honor as a first name is fire. And Honor Robinson, 42, opened today in Superior Court. and a deputy prosecutor, Howard Lebo, announced that the state would ask the death penalty if the two are convicted. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Hold on. These women are the ones that are on trial. Oh, wait. Hold on now. We got some lady killers. Hold on. Robinson and Mrs. Whipple are charged with the December slaying of William H. Bischoff, 22-year-old former convict from Washington State. Bischoff's body, with 2 pistol wounds in the back, was found in a lonely section of Papago Park by Tempe police. Robinson has consistently placed the blame for the shooting on Mrs. Whipple, while she steadfastly maintained that she was home alone the night Bischoff was slain. The victim and the 2 defendants met in Washington and came to Phoenix together, police said. None has a Phoenix address. What y'all think happened? What y'all think happened, yo? Did we follow up on this story? It's 10:40? We can follow up on this story real quick. Let me look her up. Vera Whipple. She ratted her homegirl out immediately, though, so there ain't no honor amongst female killers. Clearly, there was no honor. She ratted her out immediately. What can I say to get me out of this? Huh? Vera Whipple. Let's get into it. Let's see if we can find this case. Let's see if we can find this case. Well, did they say? Yeah, it was in Arizona, so we never got to do all states. We can do just Arizona. I want to know what the fuck Vera Whipple did, how she got into it. Because that was just the first day of the trial. You feel me? That was just first day of the trial. So let's see if we can find on. Come on. Yeah, let's see if we can find. Oh, it's only 2? Oh, wow. So I guess this is back in January when she was arrested. They don't got nothing else on the trial? That's whack. That's whack. Let's see. Suspect confesses. Hold on. I dropped a few steps behind him and fired 2 shots in his back. Honor Robinson, 36. So how the all right, hold on. We getting to it. We got to it. I dropped a few steps behind him and fired 2 shots in his back. Honor Robinson, 36, made this statement Wednesday night after questioning by the Tempe officers. He and a woman rumor. So Honor is a dude. Okay, so Honor is a dude. He and a woman rumor, Vera Whipple, 22, were arrested after the body of William Bischoff was found in Papago Park, December 23rd. Earlier, Robinson had named Miss Whipple as the slayer. Oh, he ratted on her at first. How the hell? Okay, this is June 5th, 1959. This is January 9th, 1959. So please tell me how this shit seems later. Like how this shit seems later than this one. Anyway, she maintained her innocence. The trio had been living in Robinson's apartment. Police believe a triangle affair caused the fatal shooting. Bischoff and Robinson had robbed Hut's liquor store on December 16th. Robinson's wife, Alma, is currently serving a sentence for the fatal shooting of a woman rumor. No. This is good. We found a good one, chat. We found a good one. So boom, let's set the scene. Because remember, in the last article, in this article, they said that what's son's name that got killed? Bischoff. Yeah, they said Bischoff was a 22-year-old former convict from Washington. Right? So this is how this is happening. Honor got the crib. Okay? Honor has the apartment. And in this apartment is Honor, Vera, and Bischoff. Do they say his first name? You know my memory, y'all. William. So it's Honor, Vera, and William in one crib. Now, Honor's wife is doing a bid. Honor's wife is doing a bid. Okay? She's serving a sentence for a fatal shooting of a previous person who lived with them. So Alma is upstate. She's serving a murder sentence, whatever she got for that. Now, Honor meets Vera. Now they link. And he like, I got the free crib. Like, I'm living by myself right now. You feel me? So they living together. They shacking. You feel me? They doing a 1-2. Come on. Alma doing, you got life, baby. Nobody told you to shoot that woman. Nobody told, because that's what happened. So we got to start with how Alma caught the case. Alma catches the case by shooting a woman to death in the crib. Because maybe Honor wasn't being so honorable. I don't know. I can only assume that when you're dealing with a situation where it's you, your wife, and a strange woman that's single, things can happen. Alma seen the pimping. Alma wasn't fucking with that shit, so she shot Shorty. That was that. She tried her man, I guess, or some shit like that. She didn't like the way that Honor was looking at her or how she was looking at Honor. However it went, Alma wasn't going. She ain't like that shit, so she shot Shorty. So now she up north, she doing a bid. So now Honor is free. Now these are all criminals and degenerates and fiends. You can just tell that. These are unscrupulous people, okay? These are deviants, right? So you got Honor and Vera, they link up. Then William, he come home from prison. And you know how it is. Motherfucker come home, he looking for a place to stay. Yo, I pay rent once I get on my feet. Honor being a street nigga. These are all street niggas. So Honor being a street nigga, and Vera being a street bitch, she like, all right, cool. Let him stay. And guess what happens? Vera get the looking at, you feel me? Vera get the looking at Will. Now, Honor out the crib. He doing what he do, stealing, whatever the fuck he do to get by. Honor out. You feel me? He busting the apartment. Not even. He walking to the apartment. And Vera and William getting they, they doing the 1-2. You feel me? So, no, that can't be it. Because he says, I dropped a few steps behind him and fired 2 shots in his back. So what could they have been doing? So he peeped it. He peeped that they was fucking with each other or they liked each other and shit like that. So Honor was like, yo, Will, man, let's go out for a drink or some shit like that. Will Green, not paying attention. He like, yeah, let's go out. So niggas get drunk. Niggas is chilling and shit like that. And he line them up. Because niggas get drunk. They start running their mouth and shit like that. So William was just walking and running his mouth. You know what I'm saying? And that nigga Honor like, loading up the pistol. You know what I'm saying? Just like, yeah, no, I heard you. And all you hear is bang, bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he fired 2 shots. So all you hear is bang, bang. And it's back. Yup. Mm-hmm. And Vera was like, what the fuck you do that for? I was like, yeah, you was fucking that nigga? Huh? You was fucking that nigga? Like, no. Boom. Yes, you was. You was fucking him. Da-da-da-da. Boom. They get arrested. And he really like, nah, fuck this bitch. Officers, Vera killed him. And she like, what the fuck? Like, yeah. She killed him. I don't know what it is. Women who murder I don't know why they attracted to me like this, but she is a killer. She is a deviant. She is a degenerate. She's behind the murder. And Vera like, yo, this is some bitch ass shit, bro. I did not do that. You know I didn't shoot that man. She maintained her innocence. That's what it says in the article. I knew it. The trio had been living in Robinson's apartment. Police believe a triangle affair caused the fatal shooting. Of course it did. Yup. So that's what happened. No, I'm tripping. See, that's how you know my memory. Bischoff and Robinson had robbed a liquor store together. Mm-hmm. Yup. And then the next week, they found his body. That's what happened. It wasn't about getting a drink. It was about stealing from the liquor store. He was like, yo, go on this jukes with me. And that's when he did him in. Cold December. Well, I mean, it's Arizona, so how cold can it get, really? But yeah, shot that man, lined him up, robbed the liquor store, and then killed them after. Cold game. Cold game. Ain't no free Alma. She smoked that bitch for real. She really did that. You gotta do the time. It is what it is. So that was an interesting one. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. What's this one? I wish there was a way to like filter this based upon like headline news. I know I can filter it for front page. I think that's what I should do in this case, right? I should do front pages only. Is this front page? Because I think that'll help us. I mean, we got over 1,000. We ain't about to go nowhere near that number. So we might as well boil it down to front page. Because the front page is going to have those big headlines that we like. You know? Man, I love being in the archives, man. This is my favorite. I'm telling you. I wonder if y'all be able to have the excitement to do front page. I mean, not front page, but do the archives for the whole shit, for the whole show. Let's see, we got some new joints. Yeah, it boiled it down to 573, more than enough still. Still more than enough. Uh-huh. You know, I should have just looked at the Detroit Tribune. Because, yo, the Detroit Tribune, yo, and you know I love Detroit. I got mad love for Detroit, man. Shout out to Detroit. But that Detroit Tribune, that fucking newspaper is a trip, gang. Like, if you just go to a random Detroit Tribune newspaper from the early 20th century, you are going to see some of the wickedest headlines you have ever read in your life. So here we go. Negro judge to hear murder trial of white policeman. Uh-oh. Wendell E. Green, Negro judge of criminal court here, will hear evidence in the second murder trial of Michael Moretti, suspended white policeman, set for Monday, January 7th. Moretti is charged with shooting fatally Arthur Gamino and Eddie Salvo, 21, and wounding Leonard Monaco, 21, and all Chicagoans of Mexican descent. Wow, these are Chicago Mexicans? Oh my goodness. Shout out to the Chicago Mexicans, I guess. As they sat in an automobile parked in a vacant lot. The state contends that the shooting was unprovoked, but the defendant maintains that it was in self-defense. His first trial ended with the jury of 6 women and 6 men deadlocked. Wow. Wow. A bunch of Mexicans from Chicago. Killed a white police officer, and now a black man gotta be the judge for the case. America. America, boy. But yeah, nah, no bullshit, yo. The Detroit Tribune, jeez Louise. And I'm pretty sure the Detroit Tribune is still around. This shit was pushing too many copies for me to believe that that shit went out of print. Let's see. Of Haywood Patterson. Oh yeah, no. That's the Scottsboro joint. Let's see. What's this? Atlanta, Georgia. 1955. Atlanta, Georgia, 1955. What we got? Moses Wright makes appearance before LaFleur County Grand Jury. Jury to consider kidnap case on Pear Frieden murder trial. Oh, jeez. What do we have? Greenwood, Mississippi. Mose Wright, star witness in the murder trial of two white men accused of slaying a 14-year-old Chicago Negro boy, Chicago again, appeared before the LaFleur County Grand Jury late Tuesday. The grand jury is considering kidnapping charges against J.W. Millam, 36, and his half-brother Roy Bryant, 24. The two were acquitted of murder in the death of Emmett Lewis. Oh, shit. The two were acquitted of murder in the death of Emmett Lewis Till after a trial at Summer, Mississippi, and have been free on bond on kidnapping charges. So these motherfuckers they went on to do more crime. They killed, wow. So the dudes who killed Emmett Till, oh my goodness. Two white men, the 14-year-old Chicago Negro boy. Wow. Son, the archives are undefeated. This is crazy. And have been free on bond on kidnapping charges. Wright testified during the trial that the two men took the boy away from his home in the middle of the night. 3 days later, a body identified by Mrs. Mamie Bradley of Chicago as that of her son, Emmett Till, was found floating in a river. The victim had been shot and the body weighted down with a heavy piece of cotton gin machinery. Neither of the defendants testified during the murder trial, but the sheriff testified one of them admitted taking the boy from Wright's home, but instead he was released later unharmed. Wow. Bryant's pretty young wife, Carolyn, testified at the trial that, quote, a Negro man made improper advances to her, but she never identified. Well, we got to finish this article, obviously. Page 4. Wow. So this is basically the Emmett Till trial. That's wicked. Is the court action, is that it? No, that's not it. They said the third column. Wow, I can't believe that. I'm not gonna say I can't believe it, but the fact that Emmett Till's case just came up like that. Where's the rest of the article at? Where's the damn article? Oh, tripping. Here we go. And identified her assailant. The ages right left Mississippi after the murder trial, but returned with another Negro witness, Willie Reed, to testify before the grand jury. The grand jury opened its session Monday, but Wright has not called until late Tuesday, near the end of the jury's second day's meeting. Wow. Now, I seen something about dope. Hold on. Sentence sentenced pair who fingered Dope King. Hey, yo, first of all, crazy fucking headline. A Washington, D.C. couple arrested here October 21st as dope runners were sentenced to 2.5 years each in criminal court Thursday. Police told the court that information given by William Gales and Mrs. Corrine Orfoot had resulted in a $12,000 dope seizure in Washington, and arrest of Leon Hawkins, a dope distributor, 28 years old. $12,000. What year is this? 1955. What is $12,000 in 1955? First search of the Washington couple showed nothing, but a police matron in a subsequent search found 597 grains of heroin hidden in the woman's brassiere. Come on. They was running dope for real. Grains? Is grains grams in this? I don't know. The following day, Hawkins, known as the Hawk, was arrested outside his Washington apartment with a bag containing pure heroin worth $10,000. Damn. Also arrested in his apartment was Irma Lolo Smith, 26, who was charged with possession. An attorney for the D.C. couple said neither Gail nor Mr. or Mrs. Afoot were addicts, and that they worked as runners and making deliveries for a Washington narcotic ring. They gave up tape immediately. Come on, ladies, keep it tight. Judge John T. Tucker told the defendants that persons bringing dope into Baltimore, even as delivery men, were in the position of peddlers and normally get a 4 to 5 year sentence. He said that they were entitled to credit for their cooperation. Wow. That's crazy. $12,000, man. Hey, man. $12,000, 1955. I think Sammy may have went to bed. I'm gonna look it up in a second. Damn, heroin, 1955. Let's see. Got another murder trial in Detroit, or reporting out of Detroit in 1951. Murder trial set to resume Friday. So is this shit in? Okay, so is this connected? Because I seen. Is that W.E.B. Du Bois? It is. On trial as Red Agent. Hold on. Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, once the finest educated man of his age in America, went on trial in federal court in New York Monday with 4 others on charges of failing to register as foreign agents as officers of the Peace Information Center. The center served as publicity headquarters for the Stockholm Peace Appeal, which has been described by Secretary of State Dean Acheson, as a communist propaganda trick. Look at that. Called him out. Pastor Real Tots to face $100,000 suit. Hold on, what's going on? There's a lot of, I tried to tell y'all, son. I tried to tell y'all that the Detroit Tribune be having all of the salacious shit. 3 civil suits totaling $100,000 for libelous accusations or action were in process of being filed this week against minister columnist and Detroit Housing Commission member and his real estate business associate by John Cowling, chairman of the Metropolitan Civic Committee. The largest of the suits to the tune of $50,000 reported names the Reverend Horace White, pastor of Plymouth Congregational Church, who writes a column in the Chronicle, while damages of $25,000 each are asked of George Isabel, housing commissioner. and his business associate, Thomas Oram. Cowling on behalf of the committee charges that the trio of I can't, man, this shit is too fucking faded. Damn it. That shit is very interesting. I did not, yeah, so, yeah. Well, let's go back to the murder trial. I'm telling you, the Detroit Tribune is a motherfucker, boy. So here we go. It says, murder trial set to resume Friday. Charles M. Gordy Sr. was released Wednesday morning from receiving hospital, according to Dr. William Buchanan, resident surgeon. The first-degree murder trial of the defendant was halted abruptly Monday afternoon when he appeared to be hemorrhaging internally, indicating a collapse due to ulcers. His condition was diagnosed as resulting from gastritis after being rushed immediately from court to the hospital. The nearly gray-haired, small-statured defendant collapsed at the counsel table and courtroom of Recorder's Judge Joseph A. Gillis after eating a lunch prepared by his wife and pastries brought by relatives, saying, why do they have that line there? Mrs. Gordy stated that she thought her husband was just not used to eating home-cooked food since his confinement and that his stomach became upset after eating too much. Quote, my husband seemed very much improved, she said Tuesday, and please inform everyone that I am grateful for their concern of my husband's condition. Gordy is being tried for the fatal shooting of patrolman Andreas Malert, when he sought to arrest Gordy's son on a, come on, let's get into it, on a what? Where was he at? On a minor robbery charge last November 19th in their home, 1011 Alger. Mellert's partner, David R. Morgan, was also wounded in the hand. The robbery case had been closed about a month previously, but police forgot to lift a hold card on young Gordy from their files. Oh. So you was fucking with my son. Oh, there you are, Sammy. Can you do me a favor? I don't know if you heard me, but we were looking at $12,000 in 1955. I wanted to see how much that was. $12,000 in 1955. Officer shot first. Oh, it's getting interesting. Harold E. Bledsoe, chief defense attorney, stated Tuesday that he would seek to show from Gordy's statement to the police that he fired only after Morgan shot at him first. Earlier Monday, Detective Edwin Schenck had described Gordy's confession as stating that the defendant became mad when Malert kicked his son, got his rifle from a bedroom, and walked to a front window with it raised to his shoulder. Gordy stated that Morgan saw him and fired one shot at him, breaking the window. Schenck quoted the defendant. Schenck also quoted Gordy as, as what? As saying, I shot once at the officer, Mellert walking down the steps because he was the easiest to hit. Then I shot once at the other officer who jumped behind a porch pillar. Bledsoe stated that testimony would be brought out in an attempt to show that older Gordy would not have fired first at Mellert because he was in the fear of hitting his son who was alongside Mellert. There we go. Sammy says $12,000 in 1955 is worth $145,000. So they was really running dope for real. She had that much heroin in her bra. She had 579 grams of heroin in her bra, bro. Man, history is so fire. It is so fire. Police testify. Some 70 police officers last Thursday and Friday related how they participated in driving 17 people, including 7 children, from the upper story of the house, which was which was raked with shotgun, pistol, and machine gun fire to protect what? To protect officers, excuse me. Officers conveying the slain and wound. Okay. To protect officers conveying the slain and wounded patrolmen and flush out the killer. City police brutality. Previously, terrified occupants of the second floor flat told of how they were headed downstairs like cattle after the shooting and made to come to police headquarters in night clothing. Oh man. So we got to go to page 3. We can't just leave it like that. We got to finish the story. You know that. No, we got to go to page 3. Oh, what? You see what I'm talking about with the Detroit Tribune? Just look at the headlines. Just look at the headlines, bro. I'm trying to tell you. The Detroit Tribune, we could do a whole episode on just the shit that we uncover in the Detroit Tribune. All right, so let's get back to the Gordy case. Where's Gordy at? There we go, Gordy right here. Including many with no shoes. So that's them coming out to the police station with their night clothes on. Acts of police brutality were also cited. None were injured during the shooting. Mrs. Marie Butler earlier testified that the police took $162 from a locked trunk in her room. Come on. They always steal. I believe her. She added that $515 was returned to her, but the other money kept in a separate box was not. So they just robbing. Patrolman Robert R. Bullock, who testified that he led the scared occupants from the upstairs, stated that the $515 was all the money found in the premises. He stated that lock of the trunk was broke by him while searching for anyone hiding in the flat. Young Gordy had been arrested on a speeding charge and held at Bethune Station until his father had posted $50 bond some 2 hours before the patrolman returned to arrest him as a suspect in a robbery. So this is what I'm saying. You was fucking with me and my son all night. And now I've had enough. You was terrorizing, and then you gonna shoot at me, and I got you the fuck up out of here. You feel me? Shout out to Big Gordy. Shout out to the older Gordy. He did exactly what any father would do. But let's see what the fuck this is talking about. Inkster man killed in $4 debt row. Damn, nigga died over $4. A 30-year-old Inkster man was fatally shot last Saturday night as he stood in front of Club Vogue after fighting earlier with his slayer over failure to pay a $4 debt. Sammy, I gotta know, how much is $4 adjusted for inflation in 1951? How much more? Like, this can't be a lot of money. Yeah, Sammy. Detroit Tribune took "If it bleeds, it leads" for real. I'm trying to tell y'all, as a nigga who has read at least 100 different issues of the Detroit Tribune over the early to mid 20th century, this is how all of their fucking headlines look. This is how all of their front pages look. But $4 in 1951, Sammy, give it to us. The victim is William L. Bolden, who suffered a gunshot wound in the back of the head. Damn. He hit him with a dome shot. $50? $50? Oh, man. Held for investigation of murder is Hosea Morgan, 37. Witnesses told the police that Morgan fired from the corner of the club some 30 feet away. Morgan said he killed the deceased after he fought earlier about non-payment of a $4 loan made to Bolden, according to police. A .32 caliber rifle was held as evidence. Jeez. Killed that nigga over principle, son. Hey, man. And it's not even like he about to defend himself. He's like, nah, that nigga was 30 feet away. People seen him, mad witnesses and shit. He in front the club. He in front the club. And so he just told the cops, like, yeah, that motherfucker owed me money. That motherfucker owed me money. Nigga owed me $4. Like, yo, you shot a nigga in the back of the head for $4? And the nigga was like, you're damn right I did. That's crazy. What the hell is this? Well, I tell you, the honey packs. They come to honey packs. We read about honey packs in the late 19th century. Now we got 1950s. Let's look. Let's look at the honey pack ad. Why lack virility and pep? Male sex hormones. Men, don't let youthful natural power slip away. Guaranteed, the hormone approved by medical science that influences sex power and sex growth. Shortage of this wonderful hormone might be responsible for sex weakness, for missing life's thrilling experiences. If lacking, here's the genuine male hormone, now available without a prescription. Easy to take tablet form, guaranteed to produce desired results of your money or your money refunded. Satisfy users from coast to coast. Special low price with directions. 30-day supply, $5. 75-day supply, $10. Double strength. Double strength, $10. Attention all women. Female sex hormones also available, guaranteed or your money refunded. Oh, man. Here's how to color hair to jet black beauty for only 75 cents. Oh, my goodness. Trying to tell you. They had it for the ladies, too. Not just the men. You got to go to the Pep Pharmaceutical Company. Oh, excuse me, the Pep Pharmaceutical Company. But anyway, I want to see about that teenager. Is this Apex in 1950s? Yeah. I tried to tell y'all, man, motherfuckers have been selling this shit since day one, man. They understood. There's been old men in every era, you know? Well, yeah, attack on 7-year-old. Hold on. Teenager held in attack on 7-year-old. Oh, man, this is going to be bad. Oh, man. A 16-year-old youth is being held for investigation of criminally attacking a 7-year-old girl in the basement of her home last Sunday. The mother of the child, whose name is being withheld, told police that she noticed that her daughter was walking in the... No. We ain't reading that. No, I don't get down with that. See, that's what I was talking about. See how I come full circle? How I was talking about an 11-year-old, don't criminalize the kids, but that story, nah, dog. Nah. You gotta lock his ass up. Lock his little ass up. That was nasty. We can close this. Oh, my goodness. Ridiculous. All right, going back to the murder trials. 75 cents. Yeah, just I'm sorry, man. You gotta get in the wood chipper, bro. Sorry, I know you 16, but 7. Ugh. Let's have a palate cleanser. Let's talk about a murder trial. State defense rests in murder trial. Both sides rested yesterday in the murder trial of William James Moon and Gerald. Why did I say that? George Arnold, charged with the shooting of John Herbie. Brown Derby manager, July 5th, 1944. Arguments will be presented Saturday when Judge Lester Sisu can be present. His absence from the bench today and tomorrow necessitates the delay. Judge Robert U. Martin and Judge Don R. Thomas are the members of the blah, blah, blah. I want to know about the case. The defendants made several alibis yesterday, stating several alibis yesterday, stating they were not at the scene of the crime, and the defense called witnesses to prove the point. Mrs. Martha McCoy, former head waitress, recalled for a cross-examination, said she recognized Moon in the police lineups as having been at the hold-up scene before she heard him give up his name. Research Institute at MIT to study racial problems. For the first time, the problems of race tensions and group irritations will be studied scientifically by top flight social engineers of the world, Craig. Top flight social engineers seeking methods of treatment when a Research Institute of Group Dynamics is established shortly at Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It was announced here. Okay. Anything else here? Dayton school not hit my order. Condition good. Did we read this one already? Okay, let's check this one out first. Youth sentenced to die in death of white woman. Is this going to be... Okay, hold on. Damn. Is this a short one? No, it's not short. It's going to go for 2 pages. 20-year-old Negro youth Eddie McKinney, on trial for the murder of an Atlanta white woman watch repairer, was found guilty Wednesday after an all-white jury deliberated 40 minutes at the end of his 2-day-long trial. 40 minutes. Fulton Superior Court Judge Luther Alverson sentenced him to be electrocuted on June 15th. Damn. And I know she was lying on him. I know it's like a great, great, great possibility that she was just dead lying on him. Oh, man. Terrible. Let's see. Let's do Negro lawyer. Let's see what else comes up, huh? All states, all titles, Black American. Let's see what Negro lawyer comes up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Patreon this weekend. We got some good stuff coming, man. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Okay, the Negro lawyer of today is by no means the Negro lawyer of yesterday. Here they go. Always. So this seems like a whole page about Negro lawyers, huh? Yeah, it seems like it. Celebrating 50 years of freedom. Okay. What we got here? The Negro lawyer has caught the pace, making good in all courts, having colored and white clients, some interesting biography. This is perfect right here. We can talk about the Negro lawyer. So we seen a bunch of different murder trials and stuff like that. And we can, you know what? Yeah, so this would be good because we could talk about the National Negro Bar Association. All of this would be tied in here. Okay. By Perry Wilbin Howard, president of the National Negro Bar Association. The Negro lawyer of today is by no means the Negro lawyer of yesterday. In fact, he is no longer a Negro lawyer, but he is a lawyer practicing at the bar of his country. There was a time when our name was the synonym for agitators, and our form was the street corners or indignation meetings. And as a rule, our equipment for this special work was about as limited as our practice. and the client who trusted his liberty to the hands of the average attorney of color had as well donned the prison garb in advance or prepare himself for the gallows. Damn. All right. You see, motherfuckers make a little bit of progress. What year was this made? What year was this written? 1915. Like, come on, dog. I told y'all it was the early 20th century where these niggas was talking that we not our ancestors shit. Like, goddamn, bro. You can talk about the progress without having to shit on the people that came before you. But anyway, good citizenship was not attributed to us, and the average white man regarded the colored attorney in the South as a firebrand in the community, and he was to be shunned as would some great plague. And as a rule, they were regarded as representing nothing, having nothing, and deserving nothing. But it is altogether different now, for we have practicing before the American bar today 3,604 well-equipped, painstaking, and conscientious attorneys of color who are succeeding, deserving, and esteemed. You feel me? 1915. By 1915, there were 3,600 black lawyers. 50 years after the abolition of slavery. 3,604. Come on now. They are no longer regarded, even in the South, as firebrands, but they are succeeding in winning their cases. This is him who's writing this. Okay. Winning cases before white juries, regardless of personnel of color or color of the litigants, and are held in the highest esteem by the courts and others connected therewith. They are no longer regarded as dangerous persons with whom to deal in business relations, but on the other hand, they are representing the cream of business in the race, corporation council, promoters of business enterprises, and enjoying the unlimited confidence of our most successful men. In fact, there are many reputable attorneys in various communities whose counsel in domestic matters is sought beyond that of the ministers. In a great many instances, we have attorneys of color who have been called upon to sit as special judges in cases in the very heart of the South, and some who have been designated to serve as prosecuting attorneys pro tem, and these have done the work with credit and commendation. Notable among whom is the Honorable Scipio A. Jones. I know that name, of Little Rock, Arkansas, who very recently served as special judge in a case in his home city where the litigants were of the white race, having been elected by the white attorneys to serve in this important place. And see, this is another thing, right? This is in 1915. In 1875, we learned about how Whipper, what was Whipper's first name? Whatever Whipper's first name was, he was sought after in 1875. You feel me? But that's 40 years before this newspaper is written. Maybe he don't know about Whipper. But Whipper was moving shit. You feel me? This would have been a great article. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not mad that we looked at the murder trials, but this was like a perfect article to encapsulate pretty much the entire episode. So we're gonna go through it. We're not gonna do the whole thing, but it's good to read this. You know? Let's see. Where are we at? The National Negro Bar Association has been in operation for 6 years, having been organized in the city of Little Rock with the late, lamented, Honorable Josiah T. Settle as its first president, and since which time it has met at the same time and place as the National Negro Business League, and much good has been accomplished. Its present officers are all of these people. You can, look at it yourself. I don't know how to read all those names. The Negro has made rapid strides in the last 20 years and is found in every movement that stands for substantial improvement in material. Yeah. Laughing my butt off, a little self-pity employed in the intro. Yeah, man. Like, oh, he wasn't this, that, and the third. Anyway, material progress. He is quietly, persistently, and intelligently battling for the rights of his race first and his clients next. He is smiling at difficulties and overcoming obstacles, and his slogan is respectfully but positively. Or positively. Respectfully but positively. You feel me? He is quietly, persistently, and intelligently battling for the rights of his race first and his clients next. He is smiling at difficulties and overcoming obstacles, and his slogan is respectfully but positively. Yeah, the new blacks will call that respectability politics or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's keep reading. The race is learning to appreciate him as a most trusted counselor who goes into his case with the interests of his client at heart. Our schools are turning them out in large numbers who are well fortified, and they are taking their place along by the side of the physician as men who sacrifice, but as men who deserve the best as a class. Fuck with it. Daughter, a graduate of Chicago University. Beauregard F. Mosley was born 47 years ago in Lincolnton, okay, Georgia, and wended his way through the difficulties of the South until about 1892, when he went to Montreal, Canada, returned to the States in 1893, and settled in, you guessed it, Chicago. In October 1896, he was admitted to the bar. He has been in active practice ever since. He has a working library of 2,000 volumes. Mr. Mosley maintained an office on the same corner for 20 years. The office quarters have increased in rental value from $8 per month to $200. Smoking it. He has been interested in several racial enterprises. His practice is considered good, and from which he has accumulated some property. He is blessed with a healthy, robust daughter. Hey, yo, relax. Relax talking about my daughter like that. You, nigga. This is the man who's writing this article. Perry, watch your fucking mouth about my daughter. Don't call my daughter robust in the article. What is with you niggas? What is with you motherfuckers writing about other men's women and flattering in ways? Y'all have to stop doing that. Don't call my daughter robust. Don't call her healthy and robust, bro. The fuck is you talking about? A graduate of Chicago University, and now her last year at the state normal. Her mother is proud of her, and he says that he is proud of the mother. Okay. Who we got here? William Harrison was born and reared on a farm in Clay County. Pause on reared. Mississippi. Like so many youths of Negro parentage, he did not have the advantage of a home in which books formed apart. His parents could not aid him in this respect, nor a great deal by the way of money. Consequently, he was compelled to work in order to sustain himself while attending Roger Williams and Walden Universities at Nashville. After his successful course there and graduation, he took a postgraduate course at Chicago University. Shout out to Chicago University. Shout out to Chicago. You know? Yeah, I do know him. Scipio Jones. I do know him. I've read about him before. I think I even made a video of something up, like with him in it. $200 in 1915 is worth $6,415 a month. That's how much his rental was worth. Wow. So he had a swanky ass office. His practice was booming. Shout out to Beauregard. Okay. Let's see. Let's keep reading. We're not reading this whole page, but I did want to get a nice few bios in. Mathematics, which he subsequently taught in Roger Williams University. He passed the bar examinations in Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, making the highest average mark ever made in that judicial district. Smartest nigga in the room. You feel me? That's crazy, making $6,400 a month on one property. Um, Mr. Harrison had the distinction of being elected Judge Special of the Superior Court of Oklahoma County in a case where all parties litigant were white. They love bragging about these white cases they be trying. He carried the Jim Crow case to the Supreme Court of the United States and secured the decision that the law was unconstitutional. You see? Black man. Do not get it fucked up. Okay? Black men were behind their freedom. Black men were behind their rights. Black men were behind their own salvation, and they saved themselves. Facts. Okay? Mr. Harrison has the further distinction of being the secretary of the National Negro Bar Association and Grand Chancellor of the Pythians or Pythians of Oklahoma, which is that fraternal order I was telling y'all about, the Knights of Pythian. Twice delegate to a Republican National Convention. Scipio A. Jones of Little Rock is probably the best known Negro attorney west of the Mississippi River, and the legal representative and attorney of more fraternal organizations than any other or any colored attorney in the country. So, okay, I know I remember him. He is a state attorney for every fraternal organization in his state and national grand attorney for the Mosaic Templars of America and international grand attorney of the International Order of 12 Knights and Daughters of Tabor. Okay, or Tabor. He has twice been a delegate to the Republican National Convention, once lay delegate to the General Conference of the AME Church, and is at present a member of the Executive Committee of the National Negro Business League. He has the distinction of having at one time been elected special municipal judge of the city of Little Rock, Arkansas. Sammy says having white clientele during the height of Jim Crow is saying something. No, I ain't gonna lie, it is. I ain't gonna lie. Ain't no slouch. Oh, look at this fucking middle part. Jeez. A leading Negro lawyer. Let's see, F.B. Ransom, Indianapolis. A good practice attorney for Madam C.J. Walker. Very useful citizen. Yeah, I'm going to include this, y'all, because I'm not about to read this whole shit. I'm going to include this article in the video description. Don't trip. You guys will be able to read about it. I wouldn't be surprised if this entire edition or this entire issue was just covering black lawyers. So this will be a good primary source for you guys. We'll read this one last one, and then we're going to get up out of here. F.B. Ransom, Indianapolis. F.B. Ransom is easily one of the leading colored lawyers of the country. Really, he needs no classification. He can be set down as a good, successful lawyer, regardless of race, as his fine record will show. Mr. Ransom graduated from Walden University, formerly Central Tennessee College of Nashville, Tennessee, in 1908. He further prepared himself by reading law at Columbia College, New York, in the summers of 1909 and 1910. In the latter year, he came to Indianapolis, where he was at once admitted to practice in the Supreme Court of the state. He enjoys at this time a good practice in all of the courts. Mr. Ransom has the distinction of being the only colored corporation lawyer in the state. Besides being attorney for Madam C.J. Walker's manufacturing company, he is attorney for the local branch of the Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP, for the Frederick Douglass Life Insurance Association, for Dr. Perkins' Foot Soap Manufacturing Company, for the Colored YMCA, and for the Colored YMCA. He also looks after the interests of several estates of private individuals. He is legal advisor to Mrs. Leela Robinson of New York, Madam Walker's daughter. Okay. So he one of them lawyers. He one of them lawyers that that you would like dead ass call like rich niggas would have. That he gonna hold you down, like he gonna make sure he protect your assets, protect you against libel and slander. He the type of nigga that you just dead ass keep in your pocket for real. He one of them. Got you. Since Mr. Ransom has been in Indianapolis, come on, let's keep going. He has proved a most valuable citizen. His worth was continually, his worth has continuously impressed itself until he finds himself enjoying the utmost consideration of the colored people, and he is esteemed by all people, white or colored. As a lodge man, he's a grand lecturer of the Knights of Pythias for the state of Indiana, a Mason, and a member of the Sisters of Charity. Mr. Ransom is active in YMCA circles, being chairman of the religious department of the association. He is president of the Good Citizens League, a member of the Alpha Home Advisory Board, a member of the board of directors of Castle Hall Association. He is active in the affairs of Bethel AME Church, where he is an official. Politically, Mr. Ransom is of influence, being president of the Fifth Ward Republican League. In short, he is a very satisfactory product of the years of liberty. His office is well appointed, located in the very heart of the city, on the second floor. His stenographer looks after the office in his absence. Mr. Ransom prefers the criminal practice, a phase of law in which he will specialize. He has 3 murder cases pending at this time. He fighting 3 murders at once? Okay, we're going to finish off because it seems... Yeah. I think that's it. I think that'll be the last one. Okay, yeah, let's finish up on this column and then we're done for the night. And y'all can enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. You feel me? R.L. Bailey, BSLLB, successful Indianapolis lawyer, won scholarship prize. Robert L. Bailey was born near Florence, Alabama in the late 80s. I love that. I love that. He was educated in the public schools of that city and at Talladega College at Talladega, Alabama, where he graduated with a degree of Bachelor of Science in 1906. Mr. Bailey graduated from the Indiana Law from Indiana Law School with the degree of Bachelor of Laws in 1912, where he won the Senior Law School prize in his finishing year. During his senior year, he also won a prize of $25 offered by the Colored People's Magazine. He graduated from the school with the highest honors of his class. After graduation, he entered the railway mail service, where he continued for 5 years, then resigning after a most satisfactory record to enter the practice. Mr. Bailey has been admitted to practice before all of the courts in this jurisdiction, the Supreme Court and the United States District Court, not accepted. He maintains offices at 19 East Market Street, which are centrally and conveniently located and equipped so that absolute privacy of consultation can be had. So yeah, those were a few bios on here. Like I said, y'all, I will link this in the description. You feel me? But yeah, this is the Indianapolis Freeman. Okay, so that's why you saw a lot of Midwest, news and stuff like that. As you can see, they got the top 2 OGs. You got Frederick Douglass up here. Check them out. And then who you got on the right side. You got Abraham Lincoln in the middle, but then who you got on the right side. Come on now. Big book in the motherfucking house. You feel me? They got him looking kind of crazy in this, though. I ain't gonna hold you. So yeah. Yes, y'all. So yeah, man, we learned a lot, man. Like, I love this job, man. I ain't gonna lie, yo. When it comes down to people actually teaching, I told y'all this. When it comes down to Giles B. Jackson, we didn't go over Giles B. Jackson, but Giles B. Jackson was also a lawyer. He was the first black lawyer in the Supreme Court of Virginia. So we didn't even get into this is what I'm saying. We be on stream for 5 hours, right? First hour, we usually talk about the bookmarks and stuff like that. So let's just say for 3 to 4 hours, we talk about the ancestors and we barely scratched the surface because we didn't even get into Giles B. Jackson's story or anything like that. But when it comes down to this type of stuff, I forgot what I was even going to say. Fuck it. Oh, man. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, I really enjoy this. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about when it comes to teaching. Thank you. So he basically, the way that him and Webster, talked about being able to teach is that you just have to be in the field. That's it. Do you grow things? Do you grow foods? You can teach agriculture. Do you study history? You can teach history. Do you have an affinity for math? You can teach math. And I truly believe it's based upon, the subject matter. Now, of course, there's going to be certain things in, the skill of teaching that you need to have and all of that other stuff. You got to have patience, you got to have understanding and all of that other stuff. But when it comes down to like just teaching and shit like that, like it wasn't that hard. You feel me? Like they encouraged each other to teach more. You feel me? Let's see. All right. So yeah, we getting up out of here. All right. That's another episode. I got you, Sammy. Don't trip. I got you, bro. Listen, thank you for another episode. Hotep History Live. I was your host, President Hotep Duels, representing Hotep Nation, this side of Hotepistan. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed bringing it to you. Thank you guys again. Shout out to Richard, shout out to Open Show, shout out to Sam, shout out to Vincent, shout out to Memphis. Shout out to everybody that came through and tapped into the chat. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitter. Fuck with y'all, man. But we be back tomorrow. Hotep History Podcast at 2 p.m. Come through. Yes. Yes. I fuck with y'all, man. Yes. Come through tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We're going to be talking about season 1 of The Gilded Age. That's me. Like home song. Get the Google Pass posted. Put the Max Hogan. Happy Pat. Holding. The win. Come on. I drop a bomb. I'm going with a bullet, As always, can't have the future without the present. Can't have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order our steps in the present so we can what? Positively affect our future. Thank you for coming through to another episode of Hotep History Live. Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Always, you hear me? Thank y'all. Patreon.com. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Make sure that you are subscribing, gang. Make sure that you are subscribing, beloveds. We got content dropping tomorrow. We got content dropping Sunday. You understand? Come on through. Feel me? Yeah. Nigga. like you had to be position CNOAT. Uh, 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 come on. You don't want the messed up. Like they're on the messed up. Yes. Y'all have a good night, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 2. And as always, man, Hotep and Bill.